My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the playoffs for the SEA Operation League. My name is the Russian Cthulhu. I am joined by a wonderful Lan. And Lan, we've seen quite a peculiar set of matches yesterday, and starting us off in the first match for tonight, or rather today, is the No Use Talking versus Renatus.
Renatus versus No Use Talking is definitely going to be very interesting. Of course, these two teams, oh boy, what can I say, man? They haven't faced off against each other in the groups because they were in their separate pools. But now that they're going against each other here, it's like I expect these teams to kind of be at the same caliber. This is the first time they're going against each other, so I'm excited to see if No Use Talking have polished up since yesterday, because it was really rough for them. It was a pretty hard time. Overall, though, Renatus, despite their generally aggressive nature, fell short on a lot of fronts. So it's a bit 50-50 for me, but on Chalet, I feel like No Use Talking might have the advantage.
Yeah, look, I definitely have to say Renatus definitely shown us some pretty solid games overall, minus maybe that one game in the upper bracket against IG. That was kind of a clean sweep by IG, but again, it is the only Invictus Gaming. So against No Use Talking, I definitely think that Renatus has a much better chance to progress themselves into the grand final and have a rematch against IG. Apart from that, No Use Talking will need to really pull up with some mad plays. Purely for the fact that, well, No Use Talking really just, they had, like you alluded to, very rough start, but managed to still close it out in a 2-0 fashion.
Our second map of the night will be Oregon, and that is a pretty basic structured map, and then we have a decider over on Villa. Now, looking at the stats here, and by the way, Villa, it is banned 15 times, but if anything, if we ever see Villa, it's always as a decider map. It is never a first or second choice. This is because a lot of teams are just uncomfortable with the angles that generally present themselves on a lot of the sites. But we have seen Renatus play on Villa before, so if they ever go to a third game, I feel like Renatus might take that out. No Use Talking need to end this on the second map with Oregon, and it starts here on Chalet.
Chalet is going to be definitely a very peculiar one to keep an eye out. I believe we've seen that map from them yesterday as well, and that was quite a clean, well, relatively clean performance from them. Renatus, yep, look, that roster has the potential. They were the ones who finished the regular season at the top of the leaderboard, so certainly they have the quote-unquote the positional or standings advantage. Apart from that, look, curious what will No Use Talking be able to bust out here. This is their map pick as well, so we may be seeing some quite peculiar picks here and there, but Master Bedroom and Office is going to be the first choice. Straight off the bat, we are going to be seeing some interesting picks, and funnily enough, I told you, busting out the Caveira, surely that's a bait. Surely they don't just keep her in there. Yeah, there we go.
It's too common for it to actually be picked, unfortunately. I would love to see it, but you know, the one time we did see it, it really didn't end well for Gaur.
Yeah, Gaur unfortunately couldn't really muster up a whole lot of movement for themselves, so really, No Use Talking will be the ones to really try to now show the masterclass here to Renatus. Now, Renatus on the other hand, look, yeah, bit of a rough performance yesterday. 2-7-2s against them by IG. Didn't really get as much playtime, but they did get plenty of time to really relax, prep, get themselves sorted and keen for this matchup, because No Use Talking provided plentiful amount of vault material to roll with.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
They have obviously spent the last few weeks creating opportunities for all teams to gather as much information as possible. We're going to see Nopi, of course, try to go in for the game of his life, but as some of the members now try to push in, we notice a defender already trapped in a corner. Unsure of exactly which operator that is, but I imagine it's actually Tolji, just based on the outline of the operator itself. And Tolji's a player that generally pops off. We always see him with high kill streaks. Yesterday was his weakest game, but I still have high hopes for him as a player and as a soft roamer.
Oh yeah, I still think that pretty much each and one of those players really have great potential. It's just, yeah, look, sometimes the skill gap is a little bit far too big, but this is looking like a full-on send from Nut. Are we about to absolutely send it? Is it go time?
Yeah, there we go. There's the soft reach. One kill already going down with the SMG-11, and Nopi follows it up for a nice quick refrag right back onto Rix. And there we go. Didipa's going to go down as well. And a couple more members walk into his line of sight. And they're all going to go down. A triple kill for Envy. And they all just want a piece of the king, but they'll never get a slice. One right in the back, and Hoven starts leveling the playing field. He might see a couple more members, and he's not going to take that duel. Those angles are not favorable, but you know what? The swift opening has that plant down quite quick. A couple of things go live, and he's going to mount right onto that bed. Try to find a nice angle here, but all this information will be for naught if he's not able to get that diffuser sorted in 30 seconds. One member on the outside, and he won't be able to connect the kills. Unfortunately, the pistol will not be enough. No. Nopi takes down Hoven, and what a way to start off this game.
There we go. Quite a explosive start for Nut. Very solid execution, collapse directly onto the side. That kind of momentum I don't think Renatus were expecting in any shape or form. They had the very wide roam set up, barely any presence on the side, and that is exactly what No Use Talking were able to really use and abuse to its fullest potential. Albeit I doubt that this will be allowed to be done second time, but this will be keeping Renatus on their toes, provided that it is going to be a retry for the second floor, and same lineup, but I'm assuming a whole lot more closer to the side to allow at least some sort of trade in case we are going to be seeing a very similar, very quick and aggressive push by No Use Talking.
If they go
Imagine
in
how
like
bad
that
it is going to
again-
be. Yeah, if they're going to do it again and just can't pull it off again. Sorry.
No. I mean, I was gonna say the same thing, really. I was like, imagine if they just walk into Envy's line of sight again. Like, he technically could have got a clean 4K if they just kept coming at him. He obviously didn't get that first opening kill, but they pretty much just walked right in there, and they didn't even fire at him. Not a single person tried. You know, like, they just kind of like walked in there and then whoop, just flopped over. Unfortunately,
Locate and defuse a bomb.
like you said, No Use Renatus just unprepared. Rix as well. Really caught off guard in the worst position possible, especially to be the one to go down first. Yes, he opened up the game, but as a smoke, as an SAS player, you generally want to be in that back line.
Oh. I have to see what could be done. And right now Renatus look a much slower paced match already. Not taking their time where they want to go in for the push, where they want to swing. They are looking to apply some pressure as well on those jacuzzi windows, but Enlo being downed early, that is not the best case scenario at all, and needs to really fall back and get himself picked back up and maybe to go in for a refrag, because right now not very much could depend on some of those frag grenades and the information gathering utility that Enlo does bring into the team.
Oh, nice C4 right onto Kinpy. There we go. There goes your ace. There goes your hard breach. Enlo gets picked up. And No Use Talking might still have an opportunity here to bring this in. They've obviously had a hot streak already. It's not about to end, but this is generally a slower paced round than what we saw on our explosive entry into this series. Ysera now trying to get a little bit more information, and he sends his drones up there. But it's not the RCXD. They still have quite a lot of opportunity, and as a couple of members just rotate now. We see that Renatus, honestly, they don't have to worry about a lot of things, and you're all kind of stationary, kind of patient, right? They're waiting for No Use Talking to come into their territory.
Oh, man. No disadvantage already, and a whole lot of time wasted. Envied, unable to find any kind of opening. Not the best kind of scenario right now. The tension is rising. Hoven goes down. 4v4 with 45 seconds to go. Renatus might just be able to steal away this very round, but not still are trying to fight here. But Tolji wants the opposite reaction of this.
Oh no! Unfortunately caught with his pants down. Ysera gets taken out as he tries to cook the grenade, but Nopi picks up Rix and a Dinapa, going down to Envied, leaving Envied all alone against Lonely and Tolji. Now, these are the two better players on that team, and if they've got an angle like that, it's almost unfair. Renatus take one round for themselves, and they are leveling it out quite quickly, showing No Use Talking that they will not go down without a fight. Again, I reiterate, this is the first time they're playing against each other in an official round. They might have scrimmed each other in other games, but this, they're pretty much going in dry with their with understanding how the enemy team plays. A little bit of research here and there might help, but in the end, experiencing that pacing for themselves is going to be a completely different, I suppose, play, time, match.
Play, match, time. Look, everything really is here and on the board. Honestly, I've been actually looking forward to this kind of matchup. Renatus versus No Use Talking. Look, these both two teams have a very big presence in the Operation League. They've managed to show us some really solid performances. Both of those teams, matter of fact, came out with on the top of their group during the regular season. So this is kind of, quote unquote, outside of obviously Invictus's involvement, this is the battle of the two giants, and honestly could be quite a very, very tight matchup that, look, honestly, both the rosters deserve, albeit we've seen a lot of just hiccups from the rosters, and it's just, yeah. Definitely, this is the one day where they need to tighten up their performance. This is going to be the one, because not only it's the grand final that is on the line, as well, rather qualification for the grand final. There's always the money question as well. And look, Renatus definitely want to keep the money question to themselves.
Yeah, well, they're either going to leave with 2,000 USD or 4,000, or maybe even 8. They have already set Gaur to the 4th place spot, so it's always good to see that they've secured the bag. But the gap between 2 and 4,000, man, that's a big gap. Let me tell you that for a Southeast Asian team, that is a lot of money. And so the generosity of this league, of course,
Bomb diffuser.
will make a lot of careers, and this was justified to a lot of players to keep the scene going and keep the competitive level growing. Nopi now going to try to drone it out here for himself and swap over that, pick up that diffuser as they push in. Keenpi along with him will be hard peeking all these angles, checking a lot of the corners. And it does look like the Surrey gates are up, stopping them, installing them for just a little bit longer. I'm surprised that they stopped droning at all, and they're going through this right now. But here now we do see that a couple of these hard breaches creating an interesting angle. I feel like this is a little bit too exposed. Too much of the room is being cut off from that angle. But who am I to speak in saying that we have 1 minute and 15 seconds left? There is not a lot of time. They are closer to the site than they were before, but there's still so much to deal with, considering they are 1 man down.
Yep. Yeah, look, not definitely looking to try to overturn something. Nopi's position actually from the window just outside of the library hallway could manage to swing some momentum. If he gets the better of that Jaeger on mezzanine, that could be a huge swing of momentum, and they would still have quite a solid amount of time to go in for the actual push. But right now, stalling out so heavily, that Retero drone should have been going for the shield by the library stairs already yoinks ago, and already Ysera wasting even more time because that Retero drone is shut down. The Jaeger position of Adenapa is huge, and that is exactly why you need to clear it out first. Shut down, no chances whatsoever, and it's looking like 2nd point for Nut. Or rather, sorry, not Renatus.
Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Double kill going down to Rix, and one to Envied.
15 seconds to go.
One member pushing down the stairs. You might miss him, but there we go. One over by the games room. Will have to hit prone. Do it again. But get knifed in the punched in the back, right in the spine. Told you. Causing an injury for the oh my gosh. You'll never get over that bionic arm. Not really.
And they need to add like the sound of bonk to whenever Aruni gets a melee kill, because that's just, at this point, that's just comical. The fact how you end up getting shot down. But look, Renatus, 2nd point for themselves, and this was by far one of the more confident defenses that they've had for from the beginning of this match. And honestly, looking so far at the very beginning, really
Attackers
good
locate
against
and
No Use
defuse
Talking,
any
and could
bomb
potentially
detected.
be one of the causes for the upset.
We'll have to see if that really works out. Hoven now on that Oryx. Maybe going for a bit more of an aggressive defense here as well. Bandit coming in, looking for an active defense over by the trench. But so far, Aruni, probably the most picked defender, I have to say.
Seconds to insertion.
Such a staple operator these days.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving out
Oh,
to
man.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
This pretty quite a tense match, even though we only seen the first 3 rounds. Now he's talking, look, so far their main kind of leverage here has been that ability to go just full on swing and full momentum base, but the moment that momentum is being shut down, very much so we could be seeing a quick shutdown again. Well, very nice disposal by not off the breach denial utility. Will be signaling yet another opening in the breaches, and apart from that, really, it's a calm before the storm. Not really trying to be aggressive just yet, even though Nut has all of the guns and all the setups for an aggressive push. It's just right now Renatus has an amazing solid expansion, which could throw in a spanner in the works of for the attack of.
E1D gets popped, and soon after, Hoven follows with a kill onto Ysera, punishing him for using the cheese at all. Sorry, I'm lactose tolerant, and so are the rest of your teammates. Lonely and Hoven getting taken down there on that defense does mean that the aggressive play on home team has been punished. And Lone now being removed as well means that they don't have the hard drone herself. Yana no longer in play. They have to be a little bit more aggressive here. They still have a lot of like breach and destruction. A lot of this, like, a lot of sightlines to be made. But are they in a position for it? Because Tolji and Rix are still on board, and Rix still has a C4 in his pocket. If they open up anything in the wrong way, it's like it's going to be a punishing time.
Yes. Absolutely. Look, 3v3 is very much workable. Still, with a minute to go, No Use Talking could certainly allow themselves to just march right onto site. Right now, with Nopi is going to be the big player here, because whilst he's getting the openings done, Envied is the one to draw the attention, and this could be the aggro play here. If Nopi couldn't find that opening, this is another swing of momentum that No Use Talking could certainly work around, but the crossfire could be absolutely positively deadly.
Yeah, a lot of work on that other wall there by the wine cellar, and it's not going to be used much at all. Ace already getting a little bit of work done. See the C4 get popped, but no one connecting. A pixel reveals the head of Rix, but he will be hiding just for a little bit longer. Nopi going to re-peek that angle, hoping for him to give it away. But with 11 seconds left on the clock, he will have to find it himself. As he forces his way in, he gets punished. Rix with the 2K and a Didipa right onto Envied for that final shot. The defense are looking solid.
There we go. Renatus doing great job so far. Bit of an unfortunate sound bug yet again. It seems like it's some sort of a curse currently going for No Use Talking. They had a severe amount of just bugs and issues and crashes running for themselves even yesterday during what felt like an eternity of a break. Now going against Renatus again. Same technical difficulties are plaguing them, but this could also serve as a miniature kind of quote-unquote tactical pause for not to really think about, because so far the only round that they did manage to win was off the back of that very unconventional, just straight up rush onto site and just shutting down all the rotations thanks to Envied. Apart from that, it was a very quiet performance from them, and maybe a certain decision to change and switch around some of the operators, and maybe your approach for how you push could be also in play here.
I can see that happening, but as we can tell over here, unfortunately we have a bit of a sound bug. So while we wait for them to come back, Ysera is going to make an attempt to join up. We obviously we see a pretty similar roster for both sides. Yeah, nothing's really changing now. Maybe you could enlighten some of the viewers over there back home why Melusi is such a popular pick. Now, we all know why Aruni is, because Lasergate strong. But what about Melusi?
Look, Melusi does have a very versatile kit. Her loadout is really solid, including that MP5 or even the Super 90 if you fancy yourself a semi-auto shotgun. And on top of that, you have the Nitrocell and your main gadget being the Banshee that, first of all, well, serves as that semi-bulletproof motion sensor, as well as that slows down the push. So theoretically, you could make those some of those choke points and zones borderline impossible to move through and quickly rush through say, for the attackers to get into a plant position, which opens a much wider window of opportunity for you to obviously shoot them, or rather have some sort of understanding where exactly the push could be commencing and play, say, with a C4 around the area. So it borderline serves as kind of a slightly less mobile but a bit more protected goo mines without the damage, but the damage is going to be obviously up to you to deal. So it's more so kind of the utility, yet another piece of utility to play for time, play for that kind of dire situation where the attackers will needs to essentially hurry up close to the conclusion of the round, and those Lucy Banshee devices pretty much come in very handy at any part of the round, whether it's early game, middle game, or late game as well.
Ysera's rejoined the game, as we can see here, but he's still sticking to the Lion. Now, a couple of rounds through, he kind of just gets punished every time he uses it. Assuming that he's going to get aggressive with a lot of the positions, I think he might just be losing duels. Is that what's happening, or is he just getting a bad read on the situation?
Locate and defuse the bomb.
I think it's just, unfortunately, just a bad read, really, and things just... far too many chaotic things happening around to try to account all of the factors in play, so possibly, maybe that whole pause could have also served as kind of a good talking point to kind of try to figure out, because, yeah, lonely, it's been a bit of a quieter one, but I do want to say the rest of the team was still able to play quite well off the back of some of those utilities that he's been putting out, so wouldn't put it past that. It's at the very least he can still do the bare minimum job, but right now Enlo's swing could actually do the more damage.
Little information there being gathered here. Notice that Rooney's actually dropped and waiting just in games room. Not once they contested, but a couple of missed shots leaves Envied with little to be desired, as he's trying to find an entry into this room and library. Doesn't have anyone exactly in it, but he's going to give up on that position to follow Enlo. No, he's going back up. Okay.
Peeking in and out. So far, Enlo trying to make use of his utility as much as possible. Enlo just playing around with that hologram, trying to force Tolji and bait him out into the hallway, but already the clamp is starting to collapse, but not in favor of Nut. That's not good.
Not at all. Keepy's going to drop that diffuser right at the front door. It's not where you want it. No teammates around to pick that up either, and now the rest of Renatus will cover and swarm it. Oh, a quick peek from Hoven takes out Nopi and denies him any form of a rotation onto site, and there we go, Enlo as well, as the rest of Renatus now cover that spawn, that drop, and try to take them out one by one. A triple kill going down to Tolji results in every member on No Use Talking dead, except Envy, who is all alone upstairs now being swarmed by all members. He doesn't have any options. He doesn't have the diffuser on him. He's got to use a lot of that utility. And with one member coming up the stairs and one on his 6, he doesn't have many options available to him. 30 seconds left on the clock and 43 rounds in the magazine. He might be able to make it happen. He might be able to get a couple more kills, but he needs to make it all the way back to the diffuser before he runs out of time. Going for a nice vault over the staircase here. He will opt to go back upstairs for some reason, but with only 18 seconds on the clock and the last 3 members back on site, he doesn't have many options. One for double, but not a third. RTS win round 5.
Bit of that loss. No Use Talking are calling in the tactical timeout here yet again, trying to sort out all of the issues or trying to figure out what exactly happening for them, because so far a 4-1 scoreline on their own map pick is far from ideal. Matter of fact, the whole attack has been extremely sloppy mess without really accounting for some of those swings, without accounting for the fluidity of the defenders, and Renatus are playing perfectly well into each and one of those positions that so far No Use Talking tried to take control of, and well, to no avail. For one, scoreline certainly presents us with the possibility that Renatus could be taking out their opponent's map pick and then going on to their own kind of comfort pick, that is going to be Oregon, which is going to present its own set of challenges, which I think Renatus still could be able to take away, but with the fact that we possibly could see the conclusion of the first half in a 5-1 fashion, tall order, regardless, to No Use Talking.
It is a bit of a tall order indeed. Attackers sticking to their same roster. It's like they don't want to change. They don't need to change, really. But Rix has swapped off from the smoke with Hoven, who used to be the mute, and they're bringing in the Frost. And we saw the Frost before, I think. But
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
yeah,
pick.
I do.
Actually,
Same.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
But I don't know if I like it on Rix. That's what I was kind of sitting with at that point. I like Ysera on Flores. That makes sense.
Bomb located by attackers.
Look, I'll say that it's yeah. I just started out the moment I started trying to convert, or rather convey my thoughts. But I think it's more so just the fact that Renatus did prepare certain players on certain roles, and for this very side, this is kind of the player set. Albeit you are making a good point in regards to that. Well, it's Rick's always kind of been the smoke player. What happened now?
10 seconds left before
Maybe it's just the fact that Renatus are getting a little bit more comfortable and a bit cheekier on some of the plays, saying, "Hey, let me play Frost. Let me try to farm some of those frags." Because with Frost mats as well, unless you drone them out, they're pretty much going to be your downfall. And the way how No Use Talking been playing, I'm expecting only maybe a third, or maybe just about a third of that utility being scattered out, and then the rest assume that it won't be there.
They have to make something work. They are falling far behind now. Nut are 3 rounds deficit. And it's only going to get worse. This is the last round before the swap over, and it's never a good I suppose ratio, yeah. Ysera now rotating up these staircases here, taking out some of the cameras. Has no backup, by the way, and is all alone.
Yeah, not the best case scenario, albeit that does solidify kind of the general foothold for No Use Talking to take control of. If they can dislodge the whole presence up and around the library hallway and mezzanine as well, this would be able to swing the favor very heavily into the hands of No Use Talking. But again, this very much depends on how well will Enlo be able to play his cards, how well will he be able to get better of that surrogate. He will not be able to do so, which is going to be a problem, meaning he'll have to either sacrifice either one of the grenades or the drone, and neither of those will be will help really a whole lot. Instead, it's Ysera that decides to sacrifice his usual drone, so instead now in comes the Retero drone.
That's going to be so much value as well. He not only takes out that deploy... Oh, wait. Did it get the knife? I didn't hear the explosion. But I think it went off. But that one will be destroyed instead. But he got the ADS on top of that as well. So that's a lot of value. I mean, on the assumption that obviously the first one went off properly. Gonsex gets denied here. Maybe frag grenade being soaked up. A couple of flashbangs go through. One... frag grenade goes through, does not connect to anything just yet, but does push them off that defensive point and allows Enlo to now rotate downstairs into West Main.
Yeah, beautiful setup right now. That does allow Renatus to keep on playing about. They still are very keen to hold this top floor, and even without some of the ballistic shields, this may be a little bit difficult, but with all of those setups, that is huge. But that swing, Ysera opens up.
Yeah, greatly, perfectly timed along with his teammates pushing through with a lot of that mobility and a lot of those frags. Keen P now trying to follow up, but he's stopped by the smoke. Hoven's got a little bit of work going down from the bar and game area. It does look like they might have spotted him behind that bar. They saw his feet. Haven't been able to connect into those shots just yet, but Rix does go down. Toji takes a lot of damage, and now with a double kill, it does look like, ooh, Keen P levels it out, and one more going down, and a double for Keen P. Oh, wait, that's a team kill. That counts. Team kills count.
Gotta deny the frag.
But, but we're swapping over now, Cthulhu. Do you think Nut have an opportunity here on this defense? Because Renatus did so well.
Well, the possibility is always there, and the chances are always there, but the chance is very minuscule, to say the very least, purely for the fact that Nut will need to perform essentially a straight-up 4-round flawless streak before RTS gets even close to a match point. From there on, essentially, No Use Talking would prefer to probably keep it outside of the overtime, but in saying that, their reads and their coordination been definitely very questionable so far, which puts me at a question: how well will Renatus or Renatus? I keep on mispronouncing it wrong, and that's my bad. Renatus, how will they be able to respond to all that? Because they've shown us a phenomenal defense. Offense, I don't have a clear recollection whether they played and shown us plenty of offense on Chalet before.
I think I've casted a couple. I'm pretty sure I've casted a couple of Renatus Chalet games. They do generally pretty well. Lonely plays that similar role, entry frag, sometimes support, which honestly, like I say all the time, it doesn't suit him. And lately, he's not having a really great time. I'm used to seeing Lonely at the top of the leaderboard with the most frags, but over the last few days, we're seeing him with a negative KD, and this is unlike the superstar that I know. Rix, this time around, however, is 6-4, and Tolji, as I predicted in the first half, 10-2. 10-2.
Absolutely king moves here. 10-2 is, look, already showcases us how impactful Tolji has been on the defense. One would hope that he would continue that kind of performance on the offense, but it could be a little bit difficult given just how well entrenched so far Nut are on the defense.
Talking about that defense, Envy gets blown to smithereens. Hoven gets traded back by Keen P, and the mute is already doing work.
Already some openings being made. Lonely just very clinical and trying to get that door opening, or at least trying to do so. Can't seem to nail all of the shots, but there we go. Has the pixel angle to go with. At the moment, Renatus are applying just about enough pressure. Unfortunately, they did lose Hoven to the gunfight, but not the best, not the worst kind of situation. If they can get rid of Nopi or Keen P, this would be the biggest impact that they could have done here, and that Retero drone could do that damage.
It might, actually, but it does go off. We don't get to see exactly what connected with it. A couple of pings go down, and Rix, with still 2 of those exothermics, will start laying it down. The woodwork, I'm sorry, should I say the iron work needs to go down, and Fire Hands himself dodges a couple of shots, and oh wow, Adidipa catching from behind. Isera gets eliminated, then there goes your Aruni. So
big flank dead. That's absolutely huge here, meaning that the rest of Nut are very much locked in on site and will need to pretty much improvise on the go, but those last remaining few positions are also extremely difficult to flush out, so unless they try to over-aggress, that could be huge, but that Adinepa opening absolutely demolishes Nopi.
Takes him out immediately, catches him on that slight angle, and now Rix with that plant getting down. With the cover of Tolji and Adinepa, it's an easy plant, and now match point for Renatus. What a quick first game in this best-of-3 series.
Well, don't call it just yet. Maybe we are going to be seeing a comeback, but yeah, look, Renatus doing just absolutely quality work. Yes, they lost some initial momentum. Yes, they lost a few players early on, but okay. They were just absolutely clinical. Adinepa's play on Iana certainly showed that he's very, very ready and prepared, and playing against the likes of Speakeasy certainly would have given plenty of inspiration as well.
We all look up to Speakeasy in some way, right? All I know is that sometimes he's in chat trolling, sometimes he's in game slaying, but regardless, definitely one of the more prolific and skilled players here in Southeast Asia. Any entry fragger would envision or, you know, like try to emulate Speakeasy himself. We're going to be going to bar and games again this time, but first time coming in for Renatus. No use talking on this defense here. Nopi's got that mirror, and yet again another operator that we rarely get to see on this map, and this time a reverse defensive hold, using it to keep anyone out of library, which is going to be very important, isn't it,
Attackers are
Cthulhu?
heading out to the fuse.
Yeah, library hold is going to be extremely crucial here, purely for the fact that it does allow a lot of the vertical play, especially if you take both the library and the mezzanine. It is pretty much utter and total domination. And if Nut can hold on to it, this will be great. This would allow a lot of walking room, but as you can see, quite a fair bit of reinforcements been set up, including a mirror window to look directly into the library. So that control, maybe over the mezzanine balcony, and as well as that the window into the library hallway, could be borderline crucial as the first response position.
And the first response from Team P with the Vector takes out a Dinipa. Goyo is already going to work a close angle here. And both members now pulling back. Enlo and Envied are not healthy and they have to retreat now. Unable to connect any of those shots. The rest of the members on Renatus are in good shape. They take out this RCXD and they are not going to be dueling with it anytime soon. Exothermic is successful and will be taking out that wall. Rick's now going back on that drone to gather a little bit more information.
Gets good knowledge about the presence of Ysera already. Some early damage being dealt to Renatus, definitely showing that Nut may be able to stick around for a little bit longer. But with half a round to go, I still think that Renatus have all the utility really needed to drain it out, force Nut back onto side, and just completely collapse on top of them.
Yeah, they're stuck in a bit of an awkward position here. 3 members of Renatus hanging around the offices now, not willing to go back just yet, but now pushing through smoke and trying to find a nice angle in between the soft and hard breached walls, hard reinforced walls. We do see that the Vulcan gets popped and they are not able to transverse into sight. It's going to cool down a little bit, and now with 2 members downstairs, it leaves Nopi all alone because Lonely took a double kill. But oh, he gets deleted right off the corner of the door. And Nopi says nope as he gets flushed out of that last back door. One more shot from Hoven and it's all over. RTS win round 8 and the first half is done.
All over Red Rover. Just like that, 7-1 victory. Renatus showing why they were on the top of the leaderboard back in the regular season, and once again looking to make this an even bigger domination, push themselves into that grand final. And honestly, you look at Tolji, you look at the rest of the team, apart from Lonely, it's been a very, very consistent performance from Renatus. On the side of Nut, a very kind of underperforming presence.
Yeah, it was pretty underwhelming, and we expected better from them, and a little bit better of a fight, considering that we hold them in the same at the same threshold of gameplay and like that kind of level. But we'll have to find out if they can keep that up in Oregon as we go to a quick break. Don't go away and stay with us. Keep that browser open as we take a bit of a recess. We'll see you guys soon.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
And we're coming into map 2 now for the grand finals in the lower brackets. Cthulhu Land, we're back after this short break. But going into this next match, we are coming after seeing Nut just really underperform.
Yeah, look, I think it's partially on not being able to really capitalize on their pushes whilst being on attack, not being able to capitalize on the plays in the on the defense, really feeling a little bit scarce in some of their resources. But Renatus, on the other hand, they were able to show that they were able to still recover despite losing some of the early frags to their opponents and still being able to quite quickly recover in something like a 4v5 fashion. So now going into Oregon, this is Renatus's kind of comfort zone that I would imagine. So already having their opponent map pick is a huge boon for them to hold on to.
They go into this and they are as confident as they think they are and just as effective as they think they are. It's going to be a quick day for the lower brackets, sending Nut to relegating them to just third place and then seeing whether they can take that first over Invictus Gaming. A tall order and a big challenge regardless, considering their streak. But if it's anyone, it might be Renatus. And we're going into the games now. And, well, man, what can I say other than Oregon? It's either Borgen or it's just really well played. So one team's going to leave either... Yeah.
Look, it could certainly still be well played, but Borgen. But what I know for a fact, it's do or die right now for No Use Talking. They need to make sure that they are playing their cards as well as they can be. Funnily enough, well, it's going to be Renatus to start things off on attack yet again, continuing their own momentum. Not banning out Thatcher. Look, we've seen some Thatcher being played here and there, but with him out of the equation, it's borderline kind of a given with Oregon.
Yeah, it's too easy to play Oregon with a Thatcher, especially since there are a lot of hatches involved. he is almost nearly a staple, and for all maps, if anything. But Nomad being banned is peculiar, just because there's not a lot of external play here in Oregon.
Well, there can be. There can be some external play, but the flank watch is kind of the main thing here that is going to be done by, well, could have been done by Nomad, but no more, that is. Mira being banned out as well, that's another very impactful operator that could change the playfield quite a fair bit, but obviously not in the context of this very matchup. And Wamai not acknowledging how important Wamai was for Renatus' defense back in the first half. And yeah, look, with him out of the equation, it only leaves, like I mentioned before, only down to Aruni and Jaeger, and it promises us a possibility for a much more explosive, much more utility-heavy map, given that, well, not as much of that utility denial is going to be present.
Looks like they're gonna really try to just send it down with that Finca as well, and that's what I kind of just opt to assuming. RTS famous for bringing a double LMG combo, Finca and Zafia. Hoban and Lonely definitely gonna be gunning it down, especially on that last time we saw them here in Oregon, rushing upstairs into dorms. A pretty nasty sight to see, to be honest, but I don't think they'll do that again here, but it's definitely going to be just as aggressive.
Look, I mean, there is a solid possibility for a rush strat here from No Use Talking, but they're currently on defense. For Renatus, on the other hand, they seeming to be quite well composed, and the moment they spot that kind of that weak point in positions of Nuts defense, I think this is where they might just be able to just flat out send it directly on side. This, by the way, this Banshee device could actually be a huge point of contention as well, should not go to essentially push the main staircase. Apart from that, really, it's I feel like we are going to be seeing a very default kind of attempt at push through the bunker, through the tower stairs, and kind of proceed onwards from there on.
I'm assuming that Banshee also reaches upstairs a little bit as well, or does it have just a very wide reach in that position?
Which one?
The front.
The front one? No. It will only reach the double door. So whoever directly onto the point of planting. If that was the range from that Banshee onto the stairs and upstairs, that could be just absolutely busted. No, thank goodness that's not the case.
Yeah, I personally haven't seen that Banshee there personally, but we do see the Kairos go down on the hatch, and they're already getting a little bit of work done, and they're trying to go for a lot of these pushes down both the freezer and of course the main stairs. But No Use Talking are just chilling on site. They don't have to do anything here.
Not at all, yeah. Not just thinking about playing a turtle-like strat, which does work quite well here. And despite all of the attempts right now, Renatus might run into a bit of a hiccup and a bit of an issue trying to clear out all of those setups, the Ella mines, the Melusi gadgets, the alibi holograms that could be blocking some of the lines of sights. It could be a compounding set of losses, and Adenepa taking so much damage without even firing a single shot is an issue.
It's like she doesn't have Gemini clones. If only she had a hologram to take the shots for her. But we'll have to see if that really works out. Gone 6 will take out that camera and allow Adenepa to push a little bit more aggressively. But Drone on the other side doesn't exactly provide the information required. Frag grenade gonna start that cooking, throw it out there, and it does look like it gets eaten up by an ADS.
Very much quite a calm before the storm, but those openings right now could be absolutely huge. Flashbangs, it's a drop down. Action time is upon RTS.
Yep, there you go. Told you he picks up one nice kill, pulls up the Bearing Knight instead. Switches back to the rifle, pulls a reload, and for the rest of his team will pull back up. They are not willing to push that just because the Adrenal Surge might get them killed through the Toxic Babes. As you all know, it accelerates the poison, but Hoven now finds an opening to push right in and might be able to get on site. Yes, he will, and he's going to part push this, lose the duel to Keen with the SMG-11, but he will now see two of his teammates get eliminated all alone. Ysera has to come in between him and the enemy team, and he manages to deny the plant just in time.
Very nicely done. Nut were able to lock down the site quite well. Certainly, it seems like Oregon is also quite a popular map for themselves as well. They know definitely what to cover, how to play it, and honestly, it's also on Renatus to for the fact that they just took their sweet time into going in for the push. By the time they started dropping down, it was only 35-30 seconds, and from there on, not much of a wiggle room been presented, really, in case of a hiccup, which did, by the way, happen. So, look, too many mistakes there did cause a round loss, but not only one round in. There's still plenty of chances for a mess up. I'm just gonna say that.
Well, it was really unfortunate timing. You know, Lonely popped the Adrenal Surge as the smoke Toxic Babes went down. Keepy timed that, well, it was the right timing for him, but Lonely didn't time his Adrenal Surges very well, understanding that obviously we gotta push now. And then just like, oh, bad timing, oh, can't push through that, I'll die, you know? Just bad luck, really, but going to round 2, there's still a lot to be done, and it's not completely over yet. This is the site where we saw 2 LMGs just completely shut it down and send it right through that main staircase, all the way through the dorms, cutting off the entire map itself. Will No Use Talking have an answer for that, and will they be able to keep them outside of the building long enough to not only drag out the time, but perhaps win this round to bring it 2-0?
You know, some roaming by Nut could be absolutely devastating here, especially in the position where Enlo is. He has that very expanded position where he could really swing the momentum in his team's favor, and unless Renatus do drone him out, he has free real estate here right at the bottom of the main tower, which could actually shut down a few of the rotations, a few of the plays, given the fact that a lot of our TS players are currently outside and sitting right on the scaffolding. But the Hoven's opening here provides a good start for the attack of our TS.
Yep, they'll be able to take out the Goyo shield, provide themselves a little bit of safety, and use the time that is so the time window that they open for themselves to get a little bit of deconstruction done, a little bit of renovating. Blowtorch going to go through this wall here, create a little bit of an opening for themselves, and Adinipa holding the flank downstairs as anyone might be rotating through the bunker stairs. Oh, Enlo now creeping right through. Wow, Enlo getting taken out there. Adinipa with a nice double kill onto Envid as well. It is massive, and he's cooking that grenade as well. Will he be able to connect to anyone? No, grenade will not see a kill. No frags this time, but Nopi's onto him, but misses and overshoots. Triple kill going down to Adinipa, and RTS are on a roll. Pushing it up, he gets refragged by Keen P, and that smoke gets triggered. They're going to get delayed just a little bit longer, and the Goyo shield gets popped right on time, but it's no use, as the LMG finds its kill eventually, given its large extended mag and the superior angle over for the attackers.
Superior indeed. That's probably one way really to play it out. Adinipa, that opening on Zulu was just absolutely huge and stunning performance, allowing some very solid play, some very solid control over the ground floor, which in return pretty much gave RTS that needed round point to just keep up that contention against No Use Talking. So far, No Use Talking only managed to achieve just about the same performance in points, that is, comparative to their Chalet. So curious if they will be able to extend their performance a little bit further. But Kitchen Dining Hall is the next choice. We do see also the choice of a clash on Ysera, trying to channel his inner Lunar Metal, as well as that the rest of the team looking to play for that slowdown. The Mute Jammers are there, the Legion Mines are there, even the Chunker's utility could actually work really well in tandem with the Goo Mines. So a few good combinations that No Use Talking are bringing on board, whereas on the side of Renatus, it's, well, pretty well balanced and not really a lot of changes. As a matter of fact, none in general.
10 seconds to insertion.
I like this roster on defense though, yeah? It's
Seconds remaining.
there's a lot of delay on that lineup. I'm surprised they didn't bring the Vulcan to add more fire to the to stoke more fire into this this hot this hot roster change. The Lord himself, of course, along with the entire. I'm just kind of baffled. I didn't expect them to see. I didn't expect them to see him here on finals day, but I mean, he is pretty popular in some rosters, and he is pretty popular in a lot of compositions these days. We just don't get to see him here in Southeast Asia, is what I'm trying to say.
Not the go-to straightaway pick, but obviously part of the certain strats and certain setups, this is a great pick. Definitely utility is also there. Hoven's drone actually could deal a great amount of damage in regards to some of the utility, and oh my lord, that swing, it's time for RTS to collapse.
Yep, and we're gonna see that Clash get taken down along with Envid. Enlo joins him, and it's all down to the Lord himself. He has the LMG out, he's waiting for the right moment, but Nopi downstairs will not be able to get that C4 across and into the feet, under the feet of many of the attackers. 4 members at a very good level of health. We'll start getting that diffuser down soon, surely? Unsure at this point, but Rix should be able to get some work done quite soon, considering he is now, I believe, on point.
And look, the whole team of Renatus already took full control of the top floor, but in a 2v4 this could be actually very workable. So much information being given away. Keen P could be the big upset material, but in a 1v4 it is an extremely difficult play, and really right now that flank could be absolutely shut down with whoever's sitting on the top of the white stairs. At an Epa swing could pretty much end it, and so it does.
You know what? He's probably so confused. He most likely heard the member above him that was next to the white stairs rotate, and he thought he was coming down the stairs, turns that corner, and then he gets shot in the back. He's probably cursing at this game, like, man, the sound in this game. But no, unfortunately, he actually had 2 members just surrounding him there, and he will be shot where he least expects it. Unfortunately, the timing was not in their favor, but this time that defense roster looks a little bit more conventional, bringing in Kaid. But that is almost mandatory, now that they're going back down into laundry and supply.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now all these lockdowns need to be sorted out here by not. They had such a solid beginning to the first round. They were able to keep themselves relatively mobile on their own respective positions, able to keep up that whole pace against their opponents, but something just went wrong, and at this point now, no use talking about just making far too many mistakes on the plans and the plays that they are making, and the defense, as weird as it sounds, it's just not really working out for them. They seemingly trying to force their own kind of playstyle on defense, but what's happening as a result of that is that RTS reading into that idea and pretty much counterplaying straight off the bat, being able to position all those drones that are not even being seen in any shape or form by not is one of those problems that so far been haunting the currently the underdog team.
Oh my gosh, Envid almost loses his head here. Ysera's got him covered though, takes out 1 member, and now he's going to be able to rotate out of there as he loses his own life. This unfortunate timing really, but Tolji gets taken out there, and that's your top fragger off the board immediately. Nopi happy to return to site, quite safe. Has a member over by the construction trenches, but no one just pushing in yet.
The Nap is still about, so I would imagine that the top fragger title is still there and still alive, but what is not alive is the Finca. Oh, turned around. What? Ha, hello? What?
Hello?
180 to pawn and pushed into a 3v3, not absolutely being read upon, and that kind of play from RTS is absolutely outrageous, but opens up such a plethora of different positions that they could push onto.
That's the Lonely I know. That's the guy I know. Lonely uses his last adrenal surge. They've got to make this one count. They're going to push up a little bit more, but I think he uses it to just heal up a tad bit of health, as they're going to now get a little bit more information, plant a drone, and realize, hey, that's an Ella. We're not going to be able to get through here very safely. A little bit more of this hatch. Going to get taken down here. Maybe get the hatch open? No? Sometime. Looks like it does go down, and as they try to get across on this angle, grenade will go out. Not connect to anything this time.
Replicator online.
But with the diffuser down and 45 seconds left on the clock, they've got to either find another opening kill or gain some territory. With this angle here, Nopi doesn't actually connect the shot. Too scared to take the angle. He is now retreating behind the reinforced wall, and maybe might be able to connect one here. No, he loses the shot. The gas goes out, but it's not going to be enough. Brick's now in a safe corner. Might be able to get the plant down. No, but the attackers win regardless, as they take out the last remaining defenders.
Well, Renatus are showing absolute domination yet again. Round 5 is going to be upon us. 3-1 scoreline, seeming to be repeating so far the kind of the storyline of Chalet in slightly different setups on the sides, but scoreline at least is just about the same. No use talking, looking absolutely lost in the sauce, unable to find their openings. The gunfights that they did take resulted in their own demise, and really, Renatus are the fact that they were able to recover themselves and kind of reposition for that final push in a 3v3 scenario does show that they came in quite prepared for pretty much all the way from plan A all the way to plan Z. And for no use talking, they kind of stopped in plan B, and then, well, we don't have a whole lot of people. Now what? And yeah,
now what? That's the real question.
Now what? Yeah.
They're starting to drag behind, right? This is a repeat of the last map over in Chalet. Renatus are now just sending it all the way through, and we're looking at them not only be a little bit more aggressive than we're used to seeing them from yesterday's games, but this time, now that they're on these maps, they also have a little bit more confidence as well. We see them just they just taking corners, they're taking fights, and they're taking angles where you know, a lot of other players would not be comfortable, but Renatus know how to make it work, and consistently, Lonely and Hoven on those LMGs, just spraying it down. That whole roster has stuck to those operators every single round so far because they don't need to change.
Really, there's no need for that at all. Yeah, that whole operators roster is looking as clean as it can be, and just absolutely just stripping their opponents of any kind of chances of any plays. So honestly, doing a phenomenal job overall. Hoven about to go in for yet another opening, and just like that, the whole of the trophy once again denied. You don't even have to put pressure on the master bedroom, and when you have Adinapple, who's just absolutely cracked.
Yeah, he's cracked out of his mind, and he's gonna be able to leave with his life. Lonely holding on the rear flank while his teammates get to work on those hatches and those walls. He has 2 surges left in his pocket. Might be able to make something work, but a lot of these duels are not favored for the defense right now, as they are losing ground and starting to have to retreat. See one member down by the construction, now slowly pushing up Freezer, and it's Lonely. Enlo's going to retreat up the stairs. He won't know it just yet, but he might be able to take this corner a little bit more confidently and perhaps find him and catch him on that flank. But another teammate on that attack closing in on his position. Enlo doesn't have many options available left. Lonely knows exactly where he is, or he has an inkling of it. Holding this angle on the door. waiting on the rotation, waiting on a drone to give him a little bit more information, perhaps. And yes, that drone gets seen, and so will Enlo. He gets dropped and he gets collected.
Absolutely, already some phenomenal openings looking to claim that 4th point. Renatus dealing so much damage and not just absolutely unresponsive about anything. That second one connects. Not is just off the hook, and it's all down to Keen P.
Oh my gosh, Lonely, Isan, what the heck is that? You are cracked. Look, the guy is not getting that many kills, but do you see these calls and that timing? It is amazing. No, he managed to get down, I believe it was Isera, which was on Goyo, right? Just dropped his health. And then soon after that, collected the kill with the second frag grenade. What in the heck? Surely he's been playing with his brother. Mizu is a player that, you know, we see pull off these, like, 2-story, you know, vertical plays with explosives. I barely see Lonely ever do that, but it looks like he's starting to pick up the tricks of the trade. And that was... that's pretty crazy, I have to admit.
Crazy is one way to really describe this. Look, some tricks are working out, but whatever tricks Enlo and Envy are trying to pull off, those are not working in any shape or form. Both of them, unfortunately, sitting on the donuts and just, yeah, look. Unfortunate situation. What is fortunate, though, is the fact that Lonely and Adenep are absolutely just pulling up hugely for the team, leaving no traces whatsoever of their opponents for their teammates to even pick up any more frags. You look at Adenep and Lonely, and straight after that, it's 3 and 2 frags for Rix, Hoven, and Toji, respectfully. So, respectively, rather. And, lost is probably the only way to describe this. It's very unfortunate what is actually happening to them and how this whole round is evolving. But the fact that Envy just picked up that early frag onto Edinepa, now that is a huge start.
Yeah, considering that Edinepa has been at 11-3 this whole game in 6 rounds, he almost averages 2 kills a round, and he's only died 3 times. That speaks volumes. And now we see one more member pushing this corner. Will it be Envy to collect the kill? Hoven drops dangerously low and has to pull back. He's not willing to take this fight any longer. He's got to use the rest of the utility as best as he can before he drops.
Man. Attempting to make those openings as quickly as possible. Keen P decides to just deny the play, deny the frag. Look, I respect that. I can respect that. Denying that and denying the drop down straight away in through the hatch is great because, well, players like Hoven could be very much at a death's door right now, trying to open up. No, can't really connect. Can't really trigger that thing yet. No, waiting. There we go. Good bait, by the way, I gotta say, because Toji utilizing just the very millimeters of that radius to his advantage to be able to shut it down. And that's the avenue into the freezer now opened up, which is going to be extremely crucial.
They still have a little bit of barbed wire in their way. They'll be able to take care of that with the frag grenade. Looks like they lose a drone in the work of as well. But that's okay. It's not great, but definitely it's going to be worth it considering they only have 1 minute left on the clock and they've just popped their second adrenal surge. One more left and Lonely crouching his way through spots. One more, doesn't get the kill and loses a little bit of his health. Pops the adrenal surge one more time for its final charge in order to make his way in. But he's cooking that last grenade. Will he have... Oh no! Name a better combo than ADS. Counters right next to you and their partners and his operator getting taken out there. Envy getting eliminated and Lonely dropping dangerously low. With 20 seconds left on the clock, Rix picks up Nopi and it's all down to Keen P as Enlo gets eliminated as well. LMGs galore and Keen P getting eliminated. Name a better combo as Hoven takes it out with his LMG as well. And, oh man, what can I say? Renatus they want to close this real quick.
Renatus doing absolutely stunning work here, draining their opponents of any possibilities, of any just chances of winning. 5-1 half once again being wrapped up, only 2 rounds away from winning. Renatus are looking to pretty much take the revenge storyline once again back to IG in the grand final, which is, by the way, going to be a best of 5.
It's going to go all the way, but who will be the one to take them out? It's looking like Renatus. And, to be fair, Renatus are the only ones that have beaten IG. So they have to be able to use this to the best of their abilities to sharpen themselves. Iron sharpens iron, and they gotta be razor sharp when they go into that grand final, because it is all down to the wire, and one of them is going to leave with a very big prize. So it's essentially double what second place gets. Pretty big deal, you know?
Absolutely. Wouldn't put it past that. There may be the whole rivalry continuing further down the line if Renatus do end up winning over IG. Apart from that, look, for IG, their main concern, I would imagine, is still would be the Sweden Major, given that it is very much soon. And fingers crossed that IG will still be able to perform despite some of the difficulties that are so far been building up on top. Lonely is going to be the one on the roam about in the shower corridor, all solo, so in case he does die out, nobody will be able to refrag him, which may pose a few question marks, but Renatus so far were able to show that they were quite an able bunch of roster, and need to, well, full back, there we go. Lonely back into the security room. Will be able to now hold a crossfire between himself and Hoven.
He falls back into the security room, but is it secure? Sarah now already trying to push on these angles and maybe even get closer. Looks like he's opting out of that and will be rappelling up instead after the second floor. Enlo following up and tallying that up with him. They now have control over trophy, dorm, and bedrooms. Shower corridor. Nopi already down here. Might come across a couple of members of that defending team. Oh my gosh. Looks like one will be downed and eliminated. Nopi takes Lonely. And there goes our top fragger. There goes our Melusi.
Yeah, Melusi out of the equation. Lonely couldn't really do or muster up a lot of time for himself. Won't be able to stick around for any time longer, but there is a gunfight. There is a wildest area with the Ying LMG able to blast the added Nepa out of the equation, and this may just be the round for Nut to take over. 5v3 with a half a round to go. This kind of momentum that Nut ramped up could actually be very deadly. RTS looking to try to default back to the side, looking to maybe snipe out Nopi from that very position, but at the moment it's all just a bit of a Fox play. Maybe a C4 after the breach is going to be there. Oh no, so many dangerous angles, so many possibilities. Damage is there. No, can't find the frag. Falls back right now. RTS forced to play for Turtle.
Yeah, RTS, they have to be a little bit more passive. Yeah. I got it. But in saying that, all they can do is withdraw, hide in their shells, and wait for the right time. 3 members might drop this hatch. A couple of flashbangs will go out. Ying Candela's the boot as well, and they're cooking that. Second charge on that, along with a couple of flashbangs and a couple of frag grenades. But Rix is the one to open it up with this SMG 11 kill, 2 to boot, and Tolji on 1 as well. Only 2 members standing right now, and oh, it's down to the Habana, who gets dropped with the diffuser. With only 5 seconds left in the clock, and another shotgun kill. It's Rix! It's Rix today! And Renatus take another round. Look at this. The man is on fire. Everyone on Renatus is performing out of their minds.
Oh my lord. The one round that No Use Talking could have taken with absolute domination. The one round that they've managed to take the man advantage early and nearly had the site all shut down. courtesy of Rix being able to take that whole advantage, completely nullify it, play for time, and then force Enlo to keep on just shift Wing directly into his sights. Perfect read, and now RTS on a cusp of winning this. No use talking, calling the tactical timeout. Borderline a little bit too late even, given that that round should not have been Renatus's or Renatus's in any shape or form. But here we are yet again. 6-1 scoreline, looking to repeat the success that IG had. IG did a 7-2, 7-2. Renatus looking to make it 7-1, 7-1.
Yeah, the timeout is coming through and they are out of chances. The timer gets resumed. Sarah picks Montagne. And they've got a clash. It's the Battle of the Shields. Let's bring it. Please, I want to see the swap over into the Oryx. Ah, Sarah. There goes my fun.
Look, Ysera did a really good job on the Ying, I'll have to say that. His openings onto players like Adenepa, like Lonely as well. I think it was still Lonely, but on Adenepa for sure, his opening provided a great ground for No Use Talking to take over and keep up that pressure. That utility dump as well, if they would have played off all of those 3 Candelas being dumped around the side, they would have had the side presence and the control very quickly. It's just they couldn't really gauge what kind of momentum did they want to go in. They were confused and from there on pretty much committed unalive.
I can't believe you said that. But you know what? It is looking pretty bad. I will say that. It is the end of the line. This is the penultimate moment for No Use Talking. They've done their best. If anything, even if they lose this, they leave with money. You know, that's better than no money. And there's no harm being third place. Yeah, exactly, exactly. But you know, like, I guess for them, it's really just bringing that round differential. They're gonna have to win pretty much 7 rounds back to back here, non-stop. Can they do it? Are they gonna run a marathon? They are at the very last opportunity in order to bring this into a 3-map game. This series is about to end, and Renatus are playing a little bit more cautious than usual. No, I think that they are being very much the bullies that I assumed they would be. And Ysera has nowhere safe to hide. Look at him now, so low. Envy might be able to boost that health just a little bit, but it won't be enough.
I don't know, look at that dance though of death. Hoven should have spotted already the drone. He's about to be pinched, runs directly into that position of Enlo. Now this kind of play is absolutely huge because essentially Ysera was used as a bait for a very successful flank.
And he comes through most of the time. You do see Enlo usually picking up the slack of his teammates, bringing in some good support. He's not having a good round this time, not a good game. 2-7. It's a very bad negative KD, mirrored of course by Envied and Nopi, who are in similar positions. But the X-Kairos going on the hatch, they might have an opportunity to find some kind of play because all members are still technically alive. Ysera's not down just yet.
Absolutely, yeah. The presence from below is going to be absolutely huge, especially for a player like Nopi. I'm not too sure if I have missed, unfortunately, if there's frag grenades. Yes, there are plenty of those, as a matter of fact. And Adenepa gets to drop down. He might get the drop actually on one of the attackers, but again, the drone already spotted his position, so a call out onto Enlo it could be absolutely huge and devastating here, but Enlo is actually preoccupied. Envied might actually hold the play here, and right now for the Jaeger of Adenepa, he could actually just default back to the site, play for time really, because no tangible presence is still there on actual site.
And if Tolji manages to control his position, anyone going up white is going to have a really hard time considering that Tolji is going to be able to delay so much of it. The diffuser is dropped, Lonely gets taken out with a frag, and it's 3v4. Rix gets eliminated. Told he's not in a great position. He's gonna have to pull the guns out, and it's all alone. No use talking. Save another round for themselves and bring it in. RTS do not save this defense, and they have to keep playing.
On the brink of extinction, No Use Talking are able to bring this back. Still a match point, still a very dire situation. 6-2, still 4 rounds in a row that need to be achieved to, at the very least, push this into overtime. And really, for Renatus, match point, series point, then, well, the big chance to go into the grand finals yet again to prove themselves. Here is the big one, really. And possibly, if they get into a very unfortunate kind of mentality of, guys, we just need one more round, this is where things might be starting to look a little bit dire for them. Apart from that, look, Isera already demonstrated he's very proficient at being a Ying. Instead, though, we are going to be seeing Lion to try to lock down each and one of those RTS players, see what kind of damage can be done to each one of them, isolate those into 1v1s, and kind of go on from there, because maybe, just maybe, No Use Talking managed to finally warm up to how their opponents play.
Warming up pretty late, but better late than never, really. Not many changes on that attacking side, other than now that we see Lion also come in. Isera going back on that operator yet again. I like how Hoven's swapped over to Warden to counter the Ying, because Ying's been picked so many times, but unfortunately they're just not going to bring her around at all. They have, of course, flash bangs and flash grenades that they can use and that he can stare right through with, but it's that's really going to be circumstantial yet again. It's less of a meta pick now.
Yeah, I'd say that still Hoven's pick could actually make quite a great deal of sense, because he's still playing around the security area. Say somebody tries to flush him out with those flashbangs or the concussion grenade. Well, sorry, not the concussion grenade, only flashbangs or even smokes. He could still be able to play a very confident game and being able to isolate the attackers and hold off that whole push. Plus the angle from below into the double window again will be preventing anyone to jump in through. So overall, this is great. This is good. Rick's about to be fragged out possibly now that it's confirmed that he's been flashed out.
Yeah, you can see him covering his eyes as well, unable to see anything other than the light. Sarah now pushes up the stairs, and he's going to be able to cover Nopi as they create a line of sight here for him to cut off anyone inside attic.
Attic position could actually be quite crucial here for Renatus' hold. There is plenty of presence on Zulu. There is presence on the freezer stairs. Quite an extension, really, from Renatus. But added Nepa, that opening is great because that is E1D. That's the ability to lock things down. Gone, but that retrade should not have happened. Should have just played a little bit more carefully. Exactly that. We are going to be seeing Nopi punish him. At least partially, the presence in the attic has been taken out, so now some of the reinforcements need to start rotating, and that is, I think, exactly what Tolji might start doing.
Ooh, Enlo just loses a chunk of his health. Unsure how that happened, but he will be playing a little bit safer now. He's definitely dueling a couple of members of the defense here as he tries to force his way onto site. Toxic Babes get popped. One more left in the pocket. Warden sprints right across the room, doesn't die. Pops his head up for a second, and Keempi, unable to connect the shots, will watch Rix take his teammates apart. And now it's all over. Nut losing with only one member left standing. Envied is all by himself. Frag grenade doesn't connect, and he's going to have to pull off a miracle. Gone 6 and the adrenal surge. All of it's being set. He's walking right through the smoke, and he's losing a chunk of his health. A shotgun to the back, and Lonely closes it out for the first series here in our lower bracket, taking Renatus all the way to the grand finals.
There we go. Nice and clean play by Renatus. 7-1, 7-2 is the conclusion of the lower bracket finals best of 3, which is going to be seeing Renatus back into a matchup against IG, this time in the grand finals, promoting Renatus to, at the very least, the second position. And, well, grand final is right up next, really.
Yeah, unfortunately, Infian will not be able to have his lunch. He is going to have to take over for Urs along with Black and Blue. You guys will have a best of 5 series between Invictus Gaming and Renatus. GG. Which one of them will take away $8,000 USD? We'll have to find out after the break. Thank you for an amazing season with you, Cthulhu, and for everyone watching back at home.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
seems to me can't get enough. Come leave it up. Savage get blessed out when I turn it up. Come give it to me rough. Come fall in love. I'm a super god, I'm a boy, just turn it up. Can't get enough. Can't get enough.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
But, women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Infinity, and with me is the one and only Black and Blue, and it is time for the grand finals of Season 4 of the Operation League here in Southeast Asia. I am so hyped for this third matchup between Renatus and Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, we've seen these guys battled out time and time again, and you know, to be quite honest with you, in this series we're gonna have a full best of 5, but the winner of this, really, there isn't anyone. The only kind of prize we're going to get is that prize money, but both of these teams have already qualified into the C Championship, so they're going to be playing and representing here for the Operation League. But let's go on over to the map videos. We're straight into it as our opening maps. Once again, a full best of 5 to be played. We are going to be playing, what is this? Oh, there we go. We got Invictus Gaming picking up Bank, Clubhouse for a second map on Renatus, Invictus picking up Coastline, and Oregon for our fourth. If you ever get to it, Villa, once again, it shall be.
Indeed, so Chalet and Cafe and perhaps Villa going to the maps that we won't see quite here. So looking at the maps that they have played before, yesterday, which is a game that got Invictus Gaming to the C Championship, they played Cafe and Clubhouse. Both of these were very dominantly won by IG 7-2 scorelines. And then if you look back at the group stage, they played Clubhouse, Bank, and Chalet. And on Clubhouse and Chalet, it was 3-7 in favor of Renatus, and it was 7-4 in favor of IG on Bank. So you can see whenever a team, either of these teams wins against each other, it's not by a very close margin.
For sure, and I mean, these two teams have already been, the top performers of this entire season, aside with No Use Talking, who we just saw. And speaking of, they've also qualified into the C Championship. So the three teams that you saw here today are all basically part of the C Champs already. And as you talked about, Invictus, they basically played their qualifying match in the C Champs, well, yesterday. But not only that, these guys already, obviously they have the Sweden Major coming up, so they definitely have a lot on their plate. I'm sure they would want to add this more to that tier list of theirs, this championship run for Season 4. They'd love to add that to their accomplishments list and just how much they've already done. But Invictus Gaming, I don't doubt that even though they already have that qualifying slot, or hell, even here for the team of Renatus, I don't even doubt that even though they already know they're in championships, they're not going to take this easy. They're not going to put on some slack. They're going to want this championship and want that prize money at the very end of it. And of course, the big, very bragful title of being the Season 4 champions. So we're going into map number 1 to start things here off in Fian. What do you think about our map number 1 being picked here by Invictus Gaming? We're going to be starting off this best of 5 grand final on Bank.
Yeah, we're starting off on Bank. It was a 7-4 victory for IG in their group stage matchup. IG were okay on defense. They went 3-3, and then after that, they really turned on the style on the attack. They're going to start on defense again. This time, they are continuing with basically the same attacker bands. IG bans Hibana, Renatus bans Montagne. If we follow it up, we might see IG go for Oryx ban, which was a little bit of a surprise last time around, so I don't know whether that will be replicated. I don't think it was that useful. Yeah, it's going to be a ban of a mirror from the side of RTS. They banned Kaid last time, if you guys were wondering. And the final defensive ban is going to go back to IG, taking a little bit of time to decide, and we're going to see
Valk?
Kaid. So they banned Kaid this time around.
Yeah, last time around it was the opposing Renatus side. This time, IG. Well, makes sense. Lots of hatches here. I mean, when you look at the basement site, there's like 4 hatches, if I'm counting this right. Hell, even 5 actually, now that I counted. That you have to deal with, and so you don't have to reinforce every single one, but a bunch of them you might want to take, and the K8 will definitely help in securing the high importance ones. For the meantime here, though, Invictus Gaming, they're going to be starting on the defensive side on their own map pick. Valkyrie to be picked up by Lunar Metal. Very, very useful here, especially in a map like Bank, where you can get lots of sightlines on almost the entirety of the map with those black eyes. But is he really going to switch and 6-pick into the clash? I don't think this is a bad idea, actually.
Oh, IG loves to play this clash on second floor. Back when Bank was in the rotation, this was their staple, and actually, it didn't used to be Luna playing the clash on the second floor. It used to be Ysera. Ysera, of course, we saw him play just now on No Use Talking when Renatus took them down in a very quick 2-0. But yeah, Clash used to be extremely successful at holding down the fort. No matter whether you want to play her on the southeast corner, right outside of Janitor's, or you want to play her near Banana on the southwest, right here where you can see the setup being done by Hysterics inside of the lift. So it's going to be a free-flowing second floor roam, kind of, from the defenders. They're not going to play completely on site, but there is not that much room to roam either, and Hysteric's going to make his way back up.
Hysterics here. He is going to be playing on that Jaeger. We've seen him pop off time and time again throughout this entire season. And if he's going to do that once more, well, now's the time to do it, as you're in the grand finals. But for the side here, Renatus, well, not taking things too slowly as of the moment. You realize you have to be really quick with his drones, and when you have a clash on the opposing side, that can really hamper the time that you take to try and clear out. But Adinpa, let's get that opening kill on Hysterics, the player that we talked about who does have a lot of pop-off potential. It's a big gun to get removed off of the hands, off of the arsenal already on the roster here of IG.
Well, good droning coming in from Renatus. They are definitely warmed up. And really, the jokes were coming out in chat that the No Use Talking game was effectively a warm-up, given how quickly it went. And it does seem that way because they are switched on. You can see how quickly they've opened the wall up here. Another Clash is going to be setting up as a blocker, essentially. And a lot of shots going to Edinepa, and Jordan gets the kill. You saw him rush over. Really good play from them, aggressively done. But Lonely and Hovenhurst are going to take one down each. Hovenhurst getting the all-important Clash. It's all up to Speakeasy and Jordan in the first round already. They're down 2v4.
Okay, still salvageable, especially with Jordan going for the lurk here. For him to go off the flank, maybe try and catch somebody off, but that drone will give away his position, and that impact even more so. Rix here, high impact frag, he found on Speakeasy. It's down to Jordan, he does get the one, almost gets the second. Maybe one more bullet, he even downed him for that matter. It would have been the end of things, but Renatus, very nice opening round here on their attacking side, and they've successfully pushed back the IG defense here in the second floor. They're going to take things back down to the basement now this time.
So good idea to start off with the Clash, and it worked well with that early aggression for Jordan. But unfortunately, it just didn't continue on from there. They got picked off so easily, Lonely and Hovenhurst getting such important kills. And then after that, it was just Renatus just trading the kills out wherever necessary. In fact, we had the Buck trade himself out almost. Now they're going to go down to the basement. IG not happy with their second floor performance, and they're going to leave that be, let it settle for a bit before going back to it if they win this one.
Well, I find it curious that they don't try it a second time around on the second floor. But this time going back down to the basement, no Mira in play will mean that they cannot use their basic standard setup. Some teams like to kind of supplement that, or rather replace that with a Maestro there towards server, but in this case they're going for that Valkyrie, actually sticking it on this time. Lots of hatches to be denied, but with no Kaid, they have no way of actually electrifying that. They do have lots of plant denial on their side though. 2 nitro cells and obviously the smokes will be very useful on those toxic baits. Doesn't seem like they're looking to reinforce server for the meantime, and they haven't fully placed down all their castle barricades just yet. It's one single one remaining. But with Asterix picking this Legion, I expect some sort of resistance as they go for maybe a top-down clear.
Early droning coming in. This time no early pick though. I don't know if I'm going to send in his replicator. Speakeasy gets the first pick, just as I say that. Lonely off the board. They're going to spot out, I believe, Speakeasy at the top. He's taking a lot of damage for his troubles. The LMG is giving him a lot of trouble. Oh, but the information is perfect. He swings around. Told you he's taken out, and so does Edinepa. And that's 3 kills for Speakeasy before he's finally shut down. And this time around, IG have absolutely turned on the style. Renatus off the board. Hovenhurst gets cleaned up by Luna. These Valkyrie cameras been so important. And guess what, guys? We are attacking down in the basement. Not on the second floor and not on the first floor. Renatus have been destroyed in the first minute.
Oh, this is shot. This is a done deal. Rix, he's so exposed here. They know they're going to be pincering on him, and so he already assumes that to be the case. The Valkyrie here, Lunar going for the swing, does get traded out immediately, though, by Hysterics, who is ready to get that kill as well. Just complete utter domination. This is a IG we were expecting for them to come out running the gates. They kind of lost round number 1, and then after that, they're like, all right, let's turn things up. We are IG. Let's win this round and get things 1-1, and a great play there from Speakeasy. So much information gathering that they had there, Infin, with, you know, the Mozzie and Valkyrie. That main lobby is a complete death trap if you try and go in when you have IG set up like that.
Well, their choice in the first round to swap away from the Valkyrie to the Clash, probably not the best one that they were They are now thinking about it, I guess. And you can see immediately Renatus have responded. They are going to bring an IQ, but this time there is no Valkyrie on IG's side. They might have suspected it might be a 6th pick or something, but it doesn't really matter. It's time for an open area staff room defense. This is the 3rd bomb site of choice for IG rather than Archives, which is just adjacent.
Well, seeming to want to bring it to the open office. Yeah, some teams like playing the Archives site more. Some like prefer this, and I'm curious to see what exactly they will change up. Castle is very, very helpful here on this site, and you can see exactly why Speakeasy's on that this time. No Valkyrie, no Mozzie, so not as much information gathering, but they do have a bit more to slow down the attacking side of Renatus as they come on in with those castles and the Melusi, of course. Alibi here, really well-rounded kit, and I'm going to expect them to play her maybe up above and help Jordan on this, but let's see how exactly Renatus approach this. Open area rather, is a site that lots of teams like to take the 2nd floor first before going downwards, and that may be true for most sites, but even more so here on open.
Nepa is going to spot out the default cam, looking for a Valkyrie cam. None to be found just yet. Hysterics, he's on the Melusi. He's not really an operator that you see him play that often. But the feet are going to get spotted out for Speakeasy. This time around, no 3k heroics at the start. Reeling them off one by one, he did last time. Adenepa is going to hold the angle and tap fire away. Waits for the peak and takes out Joe. Joe deleted. Gorgeous stuff. And one more for Adenepa? No. Yes, actually. It's a trade straight up between him and Lunar. It's a 2v4 again for the 3rd round running. And this time again, it is for Renatus.
Switching things back around. Earlier, first round of the game, 2v4 in the favor of Renatus. Then IG, round 2. Then now back to Renatus here in the 3rd and Lonely on the peak. Hysterics going down and Tolji just completely washes this site away from Invictus Gaming. This is their map pick. They're on the defensive side, but Renatus are making a good case for this to be their own. 2-1. Now they're up in the map, and it doesn't seem like there hasn't been much success for IG on any site that wasn't that basement site. Now going back up to the top, no more clash, it seems, at least to start things off. There's an Echo. It's gonna be pulled in here by Lunar Mel.
Yeah, well, interesting choices, and once again the clash is 6th pick in. No more Echo. Last time out they had a little bit of struggle as well on the defense, yet IG they were only able to go 3-3, so it seems like, you know, aside from a good defense on the basement and then, you know, some sketchy stuff there where they snag one on the other 2 bomb sites, that's kind of where we are shaping up to be going. They didn't look good on the 2nd floor last time around with the clash. They're going to bring it again and try it again, and they didn't look good on that 1st floor defense. The funny thing is, the most of the engagements are happening completely off site, whether IG is winning them or not, and IG is the one forcing these engagements. Renatus are just walking into the building and they're trying to set up and start their room clears and everything else. But IG are very much ready as Hysterics drops down accident.
Very hysterical, might one say, how he moves about, but the clash was eventually picked, 6th picked into by Lunar Mel. Didn't really work out that first time around. Let's see if it will give them a bit more here for the 2nd time going up to the top. It's round number 4. Would love for them to, they would love for them to tie this game on up, but you have to see if that's going to be the case. Adimpa, he has been on fire this entire game. He only has 4 frags, but they're very high impact, and 3 of them were from that one round. He traded himself out in the end, going down to Martyr. We do have information now that Clash likes to play here. Joe, great kill on the Hoven. It's a huge pick for them to find. Those concusses would have been super, super helpful to try and deal with this Clash, but now all they got is nades and their own raw gun skills, so this will be a lot more difficult of a task.
Renepa was having a great previous game as well. He went 13-6 against No Use Talking on Oregon. It was a complete demolition job. and he was the man in charge. Lonely gonna send up his drone. He's gonna see the player. Oh, 3 players. Lots of information going to him. He knows that Hysterix is standing on top of the open hatch, basically, and he's looking in. Hysterix needs to be careful when he chooses to drop, because that does seem to be the game plan. Another drone is gonna go in. This time, the castle takes a little bit of damage from the frag grenade, but he doesn't die just yet. This nice little angle that's being set up. Luna takes a lot of damage again, but this time he survives. Last time out, this is where he lost his life on this long angle off from the side. And if I'm gonna send in another frag grenade, but we are taking down to 1 minute, and Renatus have used so much utility, but not gotten anything for it.
Oh, great shot by Adinpa here to open things up into the stock, and that's certainly going to raise his stocks. Hysterix, good kill from him. Get Lonely here, was alone in the island, and Adinpa, another double in this round. He is on fire in these past 2. Round 3, a triple for him. Can you find another here on the 4th? Brings it down to a 3v3, equalizing demand disadvantage. Now they have a real opportunity. Still got a nade in hand to try and deal with his clash. As Lonely went down, that was all of their nades dispensed. Clash trying to pie around the corner here. He has a lot to deal with. This is going to certainly chip him down, and this is not a task that you want to have to face as your Adinpa. He's super low HP. We're going to try to flush him out of the corner there with the nade, try and peek on the Clash, but this is very, very dire and deadly. He has to wait for Tolji to come up here on the main stairs, who gets fragged by Hysterix. Great kill, and he gets a triple here. Adinpa coming in big. Rix gets a kill on the Joe as well. It's down to a 1v1, but Hysterix, he has an opportunity here as Adinpa is very low. He's crossing into the site. He does get killed. And Adinpa, round number 4, a quad kill goes to him. And Renatus, spectacular attacking round again.
Big plays from Adinpa. He is absolutely switched on, and we might well see Renatus run away with this. They might well be on course for 4-2 or even 5-1 first half over here. Adinpa again, just so good. Lots of mistakes from IG as well. Luna Metal, for example, not pressuring that Yana a little bit better. He took him down very low, but then he just stopped zapping him. Probably ran out of charge, but still. And then after that, he walked into the crosshairs of Adinpa in the crossfire with the hallway as well. His other teammates got picked off. We don't really know how. And suddenly that man count equalization that was there, with like, what, 20 seconds left to go, Renatus had the man count advantage. A little bit of misplay in the 1v2 as well. Hysterix just sprinting a little bit too much. Not having his gun up and gun ready. Renatus, though, extending the advantage and looking very good for it.
Oh man, oh man. What a play, what a performance here coming from Adinpa in this past 2 rounds. I mean, the man is up 8-3, high above the entire server right now. He's actually got more frags than... He's got this almost exact same amount of frags than his whole team combined, so you can just tell how much they're really enjoying this at the very least, you know. So, very nicely done. They got 9 frags. The rest of his team, he's got 8. Not too far ahead. Lunar. We saw a while ago that when they've kind of had this setup for the basement, they were really successful in shutting down Renatus. Can they bring it 2-3 here? We have to see if now Renatus are going to be able to adjust. No more hijinks to be expected from Speakeasy this time. We're going to have to really play by the book and see if they can get the kills with the information that they've got with the Mozzie and Doc.
Well, no early picks in the first 30 seconds. This has really been the hallmark of this game so far. Just as I say that, it's Speakeasy again on this second floor room. How does he keep doing it? That is the second round he's done it, and he's taken out the drone that has been harassing him too. 5 kills, and all of them have been on the second floor, and they've been early picks, and they've dulled the Renatus attack onto the basement completely. It's really incredible how he managed to do it. The information that I guess Luna is providing on his Valkyrie cameras is just impeccable.
They have been super influential, especially on that second round, but with that, he has to know that Hoven is here. Otherwise, this could not be good for him. Although they do have that 5v3 in their favor.
Hoven still just biding his time. No one else to drone for him, and Joe gets a nice kill. This basement defense of theirs, even though they don't even get to that basement floor, they've been doing a good job of keeping him at bay, and they've been finding him time and time again. So information has been given away. Speakeasy is here. He actually does spot the head out. Almost gets the kill, but no! Speakeasy! Telling him to hush, hush. Gets a kill here in the Hoven. It's all on the Tolji. I don't even understand how that happens. But Tolji, the 1v5 is going to need an ace clutch to make it happen. We saw it yesterday. Not from him, but from a different player. Great kill on that, anticipating him to go through their own rotation. He spots the head out and goes for the wall bang. It's a 1v4. 50 seconds left on the clock. Infian, not undoable, very highly unlikely.
Totally knows it. He's just having a little bit of fun. A 1v5 clutch would be quite something. He's got 40 seconds to do it, and he's giving us a little bit of a treat. Spin to win. So goes the game. If he's not with him, he's gonna destroy some utility here and there. His Jerix's Legion Mines. Shots ring out in response, smokes as well, and one creeping up the stairs. I don't know what I was trying to say. One creeping up the stairs takes him down.
Alright, good round here. Great round, honestly, coming from Invictus Gaming. Those opening 2 frags were more than enough to secure the round, and then would Speakeasy getting away with that kill, stealing it from Hoven. You just knew the round was done. 2-3 on the board. IG, okay, they bring it within reaching distance, but Infian, they've only been successful in winning their basement sites. Now that we're going back to the staff and open room, this is another wash that went heavily in the favor of Renatus when we saw it earlier on in round 3.
Wow. Speakeasy swapping over to the Oryx. Last time it was banned out, so he didn't really have the opportunity to choose it. Told you, interesting that they went for the Nook pick initially, but have switched it out to the Switch. I guess they are trying to go for more traditional utility, rather than the sneaky beaky like plays that you can see a Nook bring. A lot of times we have seen Nook being brought out because she can bypass the cameras. For example, if you want to push down from the garage up the main stairs and then make your way here onto the A site, or clear out the lifts, and you want to do it sneakily without anyone knowing you're around, Nook could be a good option, but it looks like Renatus are abandoning that idea.
Okay, RTS, Renatus right now. We saw them completely wash this site the first time. I'm sure that IG Invictus here do not want a repeat of that, but with the arcs being picked, it's been something that we've been seeing have a higher tick rate for this entire season 4, especially in some maps like Clubhouse and Oregon, hell, even Chalet. We've been seeing orcs come out. Some teams, I guess, it's like using for the convenience of the darn thing and being able to meme around, but for the meantime, we're going to see what Invictus can bring with it. Hoven be playing the windows here, has to be very careful of his main lobby. Could get peeked from it. Have to assume they have a drone there, at least for information, just to be safe. We do have some idea. There is a player up above here. That is going to be Speakeasy on the Oryx, and he is found holding on to his position a bit too long, and Lonely was there to capitalize on
Big plays, and that is a destroyed drone right there. Big plays from Speakeasy, or big deaths from him. It's just really very binary at this point. Either he pops off absolutely, or he does nothing at all in the entire run. And all of his 6 kills, they've come in the same way. Defending basement, and he just pops off on the 2nd floor with that Mozzie roam. A lot of dedication of utility from IG over here. Joe finally answers back onto Hovenhurst, who was getting live pings from the drone, but unfortunately unable to capitalize. 2 members still up here on the 2nd floor. Renatus just throwing drones at them. Not too sure if it's the wisest choice with the drone economy being so limited.
Yeah, this is burning a lot of their drones, information gathering, and that just lets IG completely wash them around. They got the opening pick here, Renatus in their favor when they did find Speakeasy, but yeah, as you said, just completely hoarding them, swarming him with drones, and now they don't have much to work with. No information really to try and gain. It's Lonely in a 1v3. Not too sure if they even have flank drones set up as of the moment. Mind you guys, the site is downstairs, and so he still has a lot to do here. He's taking control of the second floor, but it has been given away by IG. They realize they don't have to hold on to this any longer. It's a 1v3. Diffuser is not with him, and so Lonely is going to have to go for the kills here. Unless he decides to pick it up. Might actually be the case. Yes, he will. He's outside square. No, he just completely bypasses it. We don't need that. We're going to go for the kills. I got a mouse. I got a gun. Let's do this. He's a Finka anyways. Trying to, I guess, bum rush his way into the site. See what he can find. Nobody here by the archives. I think there is one towards that main lobby, and yes, there is on the roam, so he has to be careful about that. Could potentially isolate Joe here. He's very low on HP, but no! Joe will get him! Quick headshot. Bullet to the cranium is all he needs, and that's what he delivers. Great round here for Invictus to tie things up.
So the way that IG are peaking, it's very clear. They have very good information. And the way that Renatus was trying to gather information was a little bit sloppy, just throwing drone after drone and losing that, and then losing members as well when they didn't have better information than what IG did on them. And it was just walking into a trap. Unfortunate that Renatus couldn't quite extend their lead. They are 3-3 evens again on their own attack. IG now switch to their attack, and last time out it was a complete bloodbath, 4-1 in favor of Invictus.
Well, will that be the case here once more, as Bank is certainly looking a lot tighter than that previous series might suggest. Very close game for them so far, but we're going out to the second half here. Invictus, they're on the attack, and I have a good hunch that their attack is going to be a lot better than their defense was, to be quite honest with you, Infian. I know that these guys do have lots of experience, especially on Bank, all the ways back when it was initially in the rotation. Now, here we are again with them, seeing it for the opening map of the Grand Final. IG, they got that Finka, they got the Buck here, and the Sledge. Lots of soft destruction, and lots of hard destruct as well. The hard breaches on Ace, and well, the Thermite should be able to deal with hatcheries and any walls that come up to them. I do like what Renatus are doing here on the defensive side, composition-wise. They got that Maestro and Valkyrie. The combination, as well with the Iruni, that I think can be very influential for a basement side defense here on Bank.
Told you're gonna make his way quietly up, back up, and Sterix, he's on the Sledge again. It's not a role that you usually see him play, as I've talked about in the past couple of days. Speakeasy posted up on the window, so is Luna, and they're doing a very thorough roam clear here on the second floor, making sure that no one's doing to them what they did to Renatus. There is someone on the second floor, though he seems to be inside of the hallway, and you can see immediately Speakeasy's ready. He hears the call, and Lonely goes down, making the rotation at a terrible moment. Speakeasy almost went for the full reload at the wrong timing. Could have missed out on that kill. And Jordan is going to try and find someone who's inside of the lift right now.
Well, luckily for him, doesn't get caught by that, unfortunately, but Hysterics almost goes down with his hammer out. That's something you would have expected, but let's get information that there is a player, Adinpa, here inside the elevator. He's going to try and fall on back. Speakeasy trying to support him on that, but told you, great help from him to bail Adinpa out, barely surviving that nade. He's still inside the elevator, completely flashed, and Lunar will get the kill. They finally get it done, but to what real avail? They've lost 2 players in that fight, and it's not a good task to be in. Told you here. Also good support on him.
Well, I mean, that was just a good clear, and it seems that that's what IG is trying to do here in this game. As we have talked about, this game is really just for the prize money, and for IG they have some games at Sweden coming up as well. So maybe they're just working on their roam clear abilities, how well they can work with each other, just build up their chemistry further and further, build up their communications, and see how it works out against a team who is maybe not quite Sweden major level, but is a very good force here in Southeast Asia, and is already heading to the Southeast Asian Championships, maybe even to Apex South. So there is a good element of skill from Renatus over here that they're trying to test themselves against.
for sure. I mean, it is, at the end of the day, still a tournament, still a competitive setting, and they'd want to really test their might against some of the best teams in C as well, and Renatus are certainly that. 3v3 as Hysterics brings it down to a 2v2. Tolji queried on the trade, great from him. Vault here being pressured by Jordan, he gets a kill on the Hoven, who swings very idly. Tolji brings it down to a 1v1, all he has to do is hide and he gets the round here. Very nicely done from Renatus, barely scraping by and only winning due to the time ticking away. Could have gone another way if there are a few more seconds on the clock, but alas, it shall not be. Basement site here, looking completely undefeatable by any defensive team that has picked it here in this entire, well, map number 1. Renatus, go back up once again. Do not concede that lead.
Renatus back in the lead again, and I'm not too sure whether they got the first defensive round the last time, but this time around they do, and off the backs of a wonderful set of kills from Tolji. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite get the ace, but he was very smart, he wasn't greedy for it, and as you said, he had only one job in that 1v1 to hide. IG just wasted way too much time on the second to first to basement roam clear. They had good positions in the final 20 seconds. You could see Hysterics as well as the ace. I think that was Joe. I don't quite remember in that scenario. I think it might have been Joe. And they were just set up on the metal detectors at the bottom of the stairs in the basement, but they couldn't do anything from it.
Well, let's see if we ever go back down to the basement, if that will be the case again. We're going to a very different site, the opposing top floor. You bring a Goyo, something we haven't seen from Invictus on their entire defensive side, and funnily enough, well, he doesn't bring the Vector on him, so see how this will work out. Hysterics once again on the sledge, nothing too different on their attacking composition this time around. Everything for the most part standard. They got that Finka on Speak Easy. And this might just be what they need, especially for them to reset themselves going into the second half. First round almost went their way. Didn't in the end spot out that black eye. Good job by him to recognize that. Very common spot to throw it even. So they do that, get free information. And once again, they like to open up this wall. It goes up into the hall, give them that longer sight line to try and really contest it from further on. I think that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Should be opened up. Nothing to stop that for the meantime. Renatus, I think they're comfortable in their spot as of the moment.
Lonely has a nice angle into the main door entrance, and there is someone from IG who wants to walk in. Almost walks into his crosshairs, but he's on the drone in a safe position right now. Might be Speakeasy. Actually, as they spot out from the long angle, Hysterics on the rappel, Lonely goes down, exposing himself way too much, getting too eager for that kill. And it's the first pick to IG again.
Great kills coming here from IG. As Lonely goes down, that is a player who has been getting some high impact frags for Renatus, taken off of the board, but the mid 20 left on the clock, still taking things very patiently. They cannot let the time bleed out against them. Renatus sitting, waiting for an opportunity for IG to make a mistake and equalize this game back up to get that man deficit going in their favor. A minute left in the clock. They can play these windows, but they have to realize that the time is going to be ticking against them. They're playing the second floor, and when you're playing a site like this, you don't even have that big breach into the office is open. Here comes out on the swing. He actually almost gets killed here, but luckily able to escape from it. Lunar there on the help. Speak Easy doing the same thing as well. 4v2. It's so deadly to try and contest this. Speak Easy gets a double, and he'll get the third as well. Completely shredding them on down. Just suppressive fire all the way, looking at the right opportune moments as well. I don't know how he even finds the timing of those kills, but he does. Great job here coming from Invictus. They've tied the game up once again.
So is that round number 3 or round number 4 out of 4? Which Speakeasy has effectively won for IG? Because 2 of them were in defense that I remember. One of them was this one that we just saw. just 3Ks from Speakeasy. That's all he's doing. Every once in a while, he's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm gonna break out a 3K. He does that, and IG wins the round. And then the other couple of rounds, he just gets picked off, and there's no impact. IG can't find the early picks. They waste a lot of time, and they just are unable to crack the defense or hold on their own defense.
It's certainly been quite a few. I mean, look at the man. He's on 10 kills for himself. We saw Deanpa earlier on kind of doing the same for Renatus for a few rounds there. And he was on the Nomad and on the Yana and all. But he's at 9 as of the moment. Had a really hot start in those opening rounds, but hasn't found the same success just yet. Let's see if that's going to change here. Defensive side once again for them, going back up to the second floor. And they're not really changing anything much up here. Got that Goyo, got the Valkyrie. I assume they're obviously going to not want to let Lonely get picked off early, but I don't doubt he's going to really change up too much in his game plan. You do have these sightlines, these footholes into the vault there, so as they vault in through the windows, it'll be a lot more difficult here for IG to really contest that freely. I assume that means somebody's going to be playing in that open area hallway, try and contest that, and Starks, he has to know that there is a player here at Deanpa who likes to play that elevators. That's what he's going to watch for the meantime.
Tolji's been having a fantastic game so far, mind you, with Edinimpa alongside him. But outside of these two, Renatus haven't quite switched on, and that is somewhat of a similar story with IG. You have the big man Speakeasy coming up huge on a couple of the rounds, and the rest of IG, they pick up the kills here and there, but they're not enough to get the straight up win, and that's why they are both at 4 apiece. That frag grenade might have gotten someone, but unfortunately it was just the castle barricade as the player had run away.
He does get that barricade dealt with, which is a pretty big one. Gets him a further sightline into the site itself. That is at least some space to work with for them. Hysterics. Oh, this actually makes it a bit more difficult to see through this broken glass, and that's exactly why it's dangerous to hold on to that broken glass. Taking some damage. He's very fortunate that bolt did not find his head. Almost did, but now they know that there's someone roaming down below, and the tellers speak easy on the task to try and flush him out, but to no avail just yet.
No pick just yet, and Invictus Gaming basically back at almost full health except for Hysterics. 1 minute left in this round. Time is being burnt away. It is a second floor defense. And finally, Speakeasy is going to try and make his way up the stairs. Dispatches the barbed wire. Going to send out an adrenal surge. There's one inside of the lift. But this surge is likely going to go to waste for himself unless he makes his push happen. There's 3 guns that are trained on top of Bananas. So Speakeasy's role has to be distraction. But it comes at the price of his own life.
Yeah, some nades would have certainly helped there, but Hysterics able to get the kill. Oh, Lunar Melly, he has the right idea to try and open this on up. Actually, almost gets the kill. Some damage from the Deanpa, but not enough to actually confirm it. Now he's going to be very wary because he knows if somebody can come down those stairs and drop down the elevator hatch as well. Lonely getting a kill, trading out Jordan, who did get Hoven, and Tolji gets another in the round. Lonely getting a triple here. What a play from him. Brings it down to just Joe for Invictus Gaming. 10 seconds left on the clock. All they have to do is waste time. The plant will it be stuck. He's going to try and go for it. He goes for the peek off of the fake. And he's going to now finally stick this. Tolji knows now as it's being stuck. There's not much time left, and he's going to get that kill, confirming the round for Renatus. Almost being stolen away by Lonely there, who had the triple in the round. He got the quad when needed an ace to clutch it out. Renatus get the round. They go up even more so. And they're only a single round away right now from match point.
So, Renatus playing bank better than they did the last time. They could only get 1 round on the defense. Then this time they've already gotten 2. And as you said, 2 more and they win here on bank. IG. And it seems to be a trend now. Speakeasy dies. He doesn't get those early picks. And they are just extremely slow. They are unable to impress upon the defense. They are unable to take control of the round. They can't get those picks without getting traded back. It's only Speakeasy who's flicking back and forth. Renatus tries to get the refrags against him, but he just comes out on top. And when he's not around, they are successful.
Renatus, very, very nicely done that they've been doing here on this defensive side of theirs, on bank, and even on their attacking side, for them to get 3 rounds on the own map pick of IG. We're certainly one of the powerhouses of the scene. Been doing a good job. Really keeping them in check. Echo to be picked here by Rix. No Maestro this time, as they're supplementing that for an Echo. We did see Maestro earlier on when they played Basement, but this will also be very, very dangerous. Lots of plant denial that they've got because of this.
Looking in, IG, they have to clear this second floor room again, and they're going to go down to the first floor again. They will be hoping that they can do it more efficiently and at the same time not lose Speakeasy, because he seems to be chief to their efforts. This time, Renatus, I don't see a red outline over here on the second floor, so might be a little bit faster for IG, but last time out, Speakeasy had swung in, and he'd gotten the first pick onto Lonely, and yet they had failed to make their way into the site on time. Had told you with a nice little quad kill before winning it out on a timed 1v1. Yokai Drone has been spotted out as well. What can they do with this information, Renatus?
Well, going for a pretty methodical clear. Not wanting to have to keep on checking around their shoulder, over their shoulder throughout the execute, so try to make sure that there's nothing too awry or suspicious going around these parts. Hatches have yet to be really dealt with. You can open this one. It will give them basic control of the drop in the vault. But nothing too deep as of the moment. It's got another exothermic right above the site itself. This one will really help them try and contest that hallway rotation back into the site, for the post plant especially. Now they've opened this one up. So they got a minute left on the clock to work with, but at this point, this is the sign for them to start getting on this. They do have that ace to open this up into the server itself, and that's what they're going to try and deal with. For the meantime, drones will give them some information. Nobody inside the site as of yet. Destroys one. Why you guys might be wondering that? Well, that is to make it a sight line and not too big. Now this will actually open the crawl into the plant spot itself. Now they got 45 seconds left on the clock. Jordan here holding that rotation. He's doing a good job of keeping them at bay.
And he's got a very nice angle. It's a very traditional orthodox attack over here that's coming out. Luna Middle gets the first pick onto Lonely again. Rix is tap firing away, but it's going to be over the head of the planter. That is Joe. He's made his way inside, and eventually Rix gets down. Hysterics picks up Hovenhurst as well. C4's way too late. The drop comes in from Vault. Hysterics is second from him. Finally an answer back. Adinapa takes one out, but it's all over right there as Hysterics, he's way too good. He comes in swinging, and Adinapa gets taken out as well. Nice attack from Invictus Gaming Orthodox, and this is the attack that we used to see all the time when Bank was previously in the map pool. You know, you take control of the first floor, you take control of the hatches, you go down blue stairs, you open the wall up, you maybe use utility, and then after that you get your plant, and that's it, you win effectively.
Very by the book of an execute that they had there. Nothing too fancy, but you don't need to pull anything out on a site with basically has been here since the tale of time. And for Invictus, well, they're the exact type of team to know how to make that work, and with the new hatches as well, it gives you an even kind of deeper layer of executing on that site. That hatch wouldn't have been there before. Hysterics wouldn't have been able to do that, but now because of it, you get that vault hatch open, he's able to swing from behind him when you least expect it during all the chaos of that execute. You know, playing that hatch as well above to hold the rotation back into the server. Very nicely done there, coming in from Jordan. So, IG, nicely done. Swell from them. Looking to play a bit more of a lurk here. We're going to see from Lonely. Those yokai drones, though, they're very, very important for them not to get burned early on because they basically had no more way of denying the plant. And if he still had yokais, imagine if he had like 3 or 4 shots still between his 2 yokai drones, who knows how that round might have went. But they were discovered early on and most of them destroyed, and that's certainly not something you want to happen, especially when playing the basement site like that. They had the single nitro cell to toss out, was not able to blow up as well as Hoven threw it, so you have to be a lot more careful with how they use these yokais.
Hysteric's sending out his drones, gonna help his team out with the room clear on the first floor. So once again, efficiency coming out from IG, and the first pick as well onto Lonely. But what is this? Adinepa, he's just hiding in the corner on the first floor. So eventually, when the push comes in from square down blue stairs, he might be able to spring into action, get 1-2 kills at least before getting traded out. And that, if the time has been sufficiently reduced for the attackers, might just be the game-winning play.
Okay, well, see if that will come to fruition. Taking this top floor control once again, they like to clear all the way top down. No resistance being showed here by Renatus, especially as Lonely got found. So, Hoven is a very important task here. Oh, he gives himself away. Not able to land the shot. Now they have to know. They do know. There's someone on those blue stairs, but look at this lurk. Oh, do they even expect him to be here? He's all the way in towards the entrance, and I think they have some idea that there is a Dinpa waiting here. This is very dangerous from him right now. Lunar knows all he has to do is go and flank him. And the Dinpa here and the electrical is in a very dangerous spot, being opened here by the buck from behind. Lunar knows where he is. He has to try and contest this. He has to shoot his way out of it, but Lunar is going to get the better of him. A second kill in the round. Honestly, a Dinpa, when you play a position like that, a committed position, it can be very, very deadly. You're threading a thin line, and you play the risks. That's what you get.
Well, I'm surprised that they found him out, and I'm surprised they shut him down so easily. But once again, the time has been wasted away, just like it was early on. And Rix is now waiting with a shotgun right at top of right at the middle of the main stairs. Hovenhurst is pushed up from blue. The blue push isn't coming out. Instead, it's going to be hatch drops. Hovenhurst triggers the beepers, but Hysterics is shut down. Joe trades back onto Rix though. And unfortunately, Hysteric's own frag grenade is going to take him out. Hovenhurst misses everything! How do you do that? Joe takes a lot of damage, and now Tolji is left watching the hatch on site. His own teammate's going to drop in, and one goes down. Hovenhurst finally picks this one up. But the plant is going down, and Speakeasy takes down Tolji, and it's all over just like that. IG come out swinging. Very close executes happening over here. But they make it work, and just about make it work.
Oh, man. Jordan there. I mean, Hoven, because of all the chaos, the breaches exploding, shaking the screen, could not land a shot on Joe, who was on that ace. And then it seemed to be like within the site, I don't know, maybe Lonely didn't expect him to be there. He was looking the way of where Hoven was coming down the same hatch, and a bit of a miscommunication there. I mean, from Rix on Echo. Going down, rather up. Now to the exec and CEO. 2F is where we're going to be playing. And it seems like they want to switch out this Valkyrie for Melusi, which I'm very curious to see. They do have information gathering on the yokai as well, but it hasn't been too effective as of the meantime. If anything, I'd even say that Valkyrie has been more effective on this map than Echo has been, at least for this match specifically. So see what the exact game plan is here. How they plan to use those yokais. Nothing too fancy otherwise. We're going to see IG. Can they close out map number 1 here on their own map pick in the final round of regulation? Where are we going in overtime?
Hovenhurst, he's not had a good game so far. You can see he's 2-10. Unfortunately, last round, even though he picked up that kill on the kill feed that was actually awarded to Tolji, the Echo. That's how it works now in one of the recent changes. if you down the player, no matter who picks up the kill, as it will be reflected on the kill feed, it will be awarded actually to the player who got the down instead. So that's what happened. Hobenhurst not being able to make that 3 and 10 at the very least. And it's a little bit of a surprise for me to see him struggle this much, because he's a very good player indeed. And we've been seeing him from last season.
Okay, well, on the second floor hold of theirs hasn't always been super successful, but they're able to get a round off of it. With my magnets here to try and catch that. They're fortunate that they didn't chuck those Selma breaches earlier, and first and foremost, so could have been denied quickly. Joe playing these long angles to try and hold down that entire hallway up above. But they're going to need a bit more than that to control. I'm curious to see. We haven't really seen kind of like a stock and square push come from either of these teams. Most of them opting to kind of push here from the northwestern side, main lobby side, if anything. We haven't really seen kind of a pincer towards stock nor square, opting to go for this attack, which we've been seeing lots of the defense set up for. Adinpa has been playing this elevator time and time again. They have to know that this time a quick way to deal with it would be able to open the hatch up above, right under it rather, toss some flashes, burn those ADSs, and chuck a nade right in. But there's another ADSer to support him. They still get the kill anyways as he drops down, not expecting the hatch to be open, and Lunar gets a second killer on the Hoven trying to swing. There's one more player down below, but the damage has been done.
Oh, lonely. Now, what can he do? Nothing! Speakeasy swings in. He gets this kill traded by Rix over here. It's a 4 versus 2, but with 1 minute for IG to find these last two players. They only know one location, and the other one would likely be found very soon. I don't think Renatus can hold on. There is a Fink on board. Well, it was a Fink on board. That charge is now going to fade away. Rix is trying to get a lot more aggressive than he perhaps would have wanted to, but he has to now. His team is in a severe man count deficit, and he's got information. Might be able to get this pick. No! Joe wins it out nonetheless. They are ready for this. And despite the information from the Yokai drone, Renatus aren't. Tolji, 15 seconds, he needs to hold on. Where is the planter? Where is Joe? He's getting it down now. Tolji picks up Lunar Metal as he tries to come up main stairs. Joe's gonna fall off the plant and then stick it again. Tolji, 10 kills. Can he make this 13 or 11 at the most critical one? Unable to get any. Hysterix is going to take down Tolji, and that is IG coming out close, but coming up with a win here on Bank.
Very, very close here for Renatus as well. I'm curious to see that they went with the Melusi, but then put on the bullet cams, the bulletproof cams, like, for information. I feel like if you were a Valkyrie, you would have gotten the same, both information and a Nitro Cell as well. But it is what it is. 12 kills on Speakeasy and Lunar. Hysterix on 11 and 10 on the top two fraggers there on the side of Renatus. Very nicely done, I would still say, from Renatus. And it was a very amicable and valiant performance for the map number 1, especially being picked here by Invictus Gaming. But we still got the map number 2 on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. By all means, we could still have 3 more maps here coming on, because it is a full best of 3 we're going to be playing today. Second map of this series is going to be quite a bit, as it's going to be the map pick here of, well, Renatus. And when we ever do go to it right after the break, it will be Clubhouse. Can they come back? We're going to have to find out, Infian, as we're going to be back after this break.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kind of hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Welcome back here to the R6 Operational League Season 4 Grand Final. Very final day here of our season. I am Black and Blue. With me is Infinite Ewok. And we saw a very tightly contested map number 1. They're happening on Bank. Went down all the way to the wire to that final round of regulation. We're in IG. They finally win it in that final round on their own map pick. But we're going down to Clubhouse. I kind of have to feel after that map number 1 that, you know, Renatus are going to come back with a vengeance.
Oh yeah, absolutely, because they played Clubhouse yesterday. They hadn't played Bank since the group stage game earlier on. They played Bank yesterday, and it was a 7-2 victory for Invictus Gaming. So a very dominant game for IG here on Clubhouse. But we had in the group stages a 7-3 victory for Renatus. So, you know, this Clubhouse game that we are likely going to see, it will probably be very close as well. Both the teams, they're going to be using their learnings from the group stage and from the yesterday's game, and they're going to be combining it into what I believe will be a very tight and contested map over here.
For sure. I don't think we're going to get anything less than 4 full maps in this best of 5 that we're going to be playing in the Grand Final. Clubhouse to get the party going right after Bank to start it off. So we did see, you know, very close map on Bank, wherein Renatus, they brought it 3-3 at the end of their opening half, and it went down 7-5 to end that map, and that was Invictus's map pick. For Renatus, even though they lost this, you know, the last time they played it, I think it's very curious and a telltale sign that there's some changes about to come for them to repick it here on the second map. This is actually their opening map pick for the series for them to go back into Clubhouse, and so it goes to tell me that Renatus, they got something planned up their sleeves here versus Invictus Gaming. I'm curious to see what exactly they're going to be changing from the last few times that we've seen Renatus play here in Clubhouse. Invictus, we know that they're very capable of playing Clubhouse, one of the oldest maps that we have in the competitive rotation, and they are very spectacular on it. But I'm not going to count Renatus out just yet. They did lose map number 1 by a hair, but map number 2, let's see if it even goes there. But we're going to be going over now to our second map. What do you think about Clubhouse here, Infinite, for map number 2? And then right on after The map pick coming from Invictus once again to bring it back in the coastline. What do you think about the next two potentially last maps that we have of the series?
So Clubhouse is obviously a big map. It functions similarly to how Bank does, but Clubhouse does allow you a fair few more options on how you want to attack a site. And usually these meta options that you have are even further down from that. So, you know, on Bank you have like really only one method for attacking each site that really works out consistently well enough. On Clubhouse, though, you have a bunch of options, and it really depends on how you've set up, what you're bringing on your attacker lineup, and what the defenders have been doing, what they have banned, and what they have brought. As we head right into the bans, it's going to be Thatcher, Maverick, Kaid, and Mira. Zero surprises whatsoever, but they are different bans from what we saw yesterday. Yesterday, we saw Maverick, Oryx, Montagne, and Wamai. So really very different stuff coming out. More standard stuff today.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Wamai, we actually have seen that throughout the entire group stages as well, where so many Wamai bans were coming in specifically on Clubhouse because a lot of the holds here are supported by ADS and Wamai against stacks. But for them to go finally ban Kaid, Mira, nothing too out of standard just yet. Oryx will be played. One of the maps that we do see Oryx quite often is here on Clubhouse, and lots of teams like to utilize his vertical ability and his speed to be able to make those quick rotations, get out of the dodge, go for a cheeky peek, and bail out of that fight. We get a Thunderbird 6 pick in here over the Smoke, which is very interesting coming from Rix. Smoke very useful on this site, but Thunderbird, we've been seeing her really have such a high pick rate, especially in Clubhouse, especially on the basement site here, which lots of teams like to use the Oryx to roam around, get some early picks, maybe early damage in, and if they ever do not come out of an engagement in a favorable position, getting taken down to low HP, they can simply fall back and use that roam once again after they've kind of healed themselves back up. So very interesting, and it's a very nice operator to see come into the competitive rotation. As on the attacking side, you have that Jackal to potentially fish and flush out Hoven.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now, the electric guitar giving us a very nice backdrop to the start of this second map. Lots of setup being done by Renatus over here on the second floor still, and they're going to be holding this very extensively. Unfortunately for them, this will mean that the site will be a little bit light on manpower. So he'll be up to the anchors and these holes created by the roamers as he finds one. Luna completely unawares, even though the holes were being opened up in front of him all this time. Just a freebie for Toji. He was making some setup happen. Hovenhurst does get traded out though, and that is the Oryx off the board. IG are playing Renatus' game. They are going for the second to first clear.
IG, as of the moment, they do have some information that someone's here on the red stairs, and he does get that kill here. Going down on Steel. Jordan getting the kill on Lonely. 2 picks now they've found in the favor of IG. It's only Lunar who went down, but the job has been done at the very least. Proxy will give him away, and not that they didn't already know, but they have a good time on this for the second floor clear. Not total control as of the moment, dry peeking stuff, but if they're able to drone this on out, they're going to know quickly that this is clear, this is theirs for the taking, and they can finally make their way downstairs. But with the SAS in the hands here, Spa's shotgun in the hands of Rix, this can certainly be doable. Deadly as well.
Well, Hysterix is on the Hibana as we have seen him play last time out here on Clubhouse as well. Lots of boosts coming in. The Finca has been becoming a staple of IG as well. IG have been one of the last few teams here in Southeast Asia and in APAC to approach the Finca with open arms. But Joe is going to get downed. Unfortunately, the res couldn't come quite quickly enough from the Finca. Speakeasy trades elsewhere onto Rix and keeps the man count advantage in favor of IG and make that 2-man count advantage as Toli gets cleaned up as well. It's all up to Adinapa, and this man was having some absolute banging rounds over on Bank. What can he do here on Clubhouse?
He's gonna need another pop-off performance here to bring this one back. It's a 1v3, not out of reach just yet. Can certainly clutch this round if he can isolate the fights, especially if he gets Joe to start things off. But very high impact. Yeah, there's still rock and roll happening on in the background. We'll get that fixed for you guys, but certainly it's apt for what is happening right now. Plant has not gone down. It's okay, not intentional, but destroys that one.
Yeah,
Flash
he might
is
be
out
able to
here.
clutch this.
He actually has time. You're gonna have to stick to plant if you can kill that planter within the nick of time. While he's planting, this will certainly be a done round, but he doesn't have any idea. He's gonna go for the swing, but Hysterics on the prone angle, covering his back and letting them plant safely. Great job by Hysterics. Great opportunity there that would have been given from to the side of Renatus, but Invictus Gaming, good opening round from them.
Well, Invictus, they, despite getting those early picks off, they still left it a fair bit late for anyone's liking, and I'm sure they would be feeling the pressure at the end as well. Joe made his way in at the right moment, and had Adenipa perhaps won that swing against Hysterics, I don't think it was all too inconceivable that he could have still slipped through the cracks and managed to deny the plant going down. And at that point, you know, it's so risky to push in so late. It might have been a win for the defenders, but it wasn't. IG didn't leave the gaps. They won their gunfights as they are really expected to. They start off strong here with an attacking win on Clubhouse, and they want at least one win more on this half, and ideally 2 or 3. So if you look at the statistics from yesterday, their game here on Clubhouse saw them go 3-0 on the attack because they attacked second after they went 4-2 on the defense. So maybe we might see very strong attacking half indeed from them.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that, but what I am not too surprised to see here is the Oryx and Thunderbird combo once again coming out from RTS. This is something we've been seeing, as I talked about, you know, have a super high uptick in the pick rate recently, especially, and lots of adopters of this composition have been really favoring it for the success it can bring for these roamers. But earlier on, Hoven was sniffed out pretty early, so there has to be some changes in how he plays. I do like that he's sticking onto it, but if it doesn't work out the second time around, maybe third isn't the charm. So for now, Invictus Gaming, you've got the same exact comp for the most part here, taking that same exact site, going to try and clear the second floor before they make their way downstairs to really deny any kind of verticality that Hoven might be able to bring in late into the round. These bandit electrifications are going to make things a lot more difficult to make their way into CCTV.
Frag Grenade is going to go out to deal with it, however, and Speakeasy is going to get that wall open in no time. He takes some damage, though. He's going to get all of that HP loss back from Joe's Adrenal Surge. Wall open now. IG are setting up for the classic pinch. They're going to set up a couple of members going in from office and logistics, clearing out the bedroom area, and then moving into the construction before they clear out this cash room completely. Problem is, they're not attacking onto CCTV and cash, and we have already gone one half of the round already.
Yeah, they don't have much time to work with here, and they're still just working on CCTV in the second floor. This is not looking well in terms of the time wasted and used here by IG. They're slowly kind of running out of opportunities here to really make things happen. Lunar's made his way into the gym, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do enough of the heavy lifting here, as he's going to go down once again. The first pick off will go down on the side of IG in the hands of Lonely this time around. That's certainly something that they're going to be wanting to happen. Rick's on the peak here, trying to aggress on it. He's got the shotgun, which should be very deadly up close. Gets the SMG in hand, but no, Hysterics will shut him down. Dirt control for the side of IG. And now they barely have time to make this happen, but luckily for them, they've stepped on it. 40 seconds left, and they now can go for the plant.
Another surge goes in, and on the hatch is the defender, not the attacker. Hysterics is going to get this plant off successfully, but Joe has been down. Lonely picks that one up, and the Dinapa picks up Hysterics. It's all up to Jordan. with the LMG and nothing that can be done. The diffuser was already being stuck. All too easy for Renatus. Owenhurst running about. A good defense from Renatus. They were mostly in control of this even when the plant was going down. And one thing that made me wonder with all the IG players going down in the couple of rounds, that I think IG are really bringing the finger more so to pick up these players who get downed, rather than, you know, bringing the extra HP or bringing the LMG in a particular fashion. What they seem to be wanting to do is, if someone who is going on a solo roam clear gets downed, then they can be picked back up. But they have been a little bit slow on that. They've tried it, but obviously each time Renatus have finished off that player that has been downed. Luna Middle this time teases the finger but switches over to the Monty.
Well, it's a very good piece of utility that has multiple functions, that Finka Adrenaline Surge. And to get your teammates back rezzed up is certainly a very good use of it. But the Monty here to come out from Lunar is very interesting for me. This could either tell you that they're going for a potential construction side push, or hell, even bring that Monty to walk himself up into the garage. Either could be just as viable, depending on how they support it. Garage reinforced here, standard stuff. You got the electrifications. As no Kaid is online, you're going to have to rely on the mute jammers and these electro claws, rather, these bandit batteries to get that job done. They do have a decent amount of hard breaches on their side and some tools to work with, but as Maverick is banned, this is his best map. And Thatcher as well is taken off the board. It might be very difficult for them to try and aggress. Opening that wall, that hole rather, for the sightline into the rotation on the rafters could be very important later on.
Now, Jordan last time out, he didn't really get to have an impact. The rest of his team went in and kind of died before he could adequately support them. IG didn't really get the setup by taking down the picks last time out, but it is to be expected. Renatus, very good team. They won their gunfights, they won their roam game really, and they were able to shrug off that IG attack. I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing on cache and CCTV, because this is considered one of the weaker bomb sites in general, but the peak is going to come in. There we go, that's the aggression we expect of Renatus, and it nearly cost Jordan his life, but they do get the wall open, IG, and now Renatus has to play the final 1 minute 40 seconds of this round a little bit on the back foot, though they still have control of Catwalk.
I like the peek there coming from Hoven to try and, get some free damage in, potentially a kill, but this is what we're talking about. With Jordan on this Monty, you might expect him to simply crawl his way up in these rafters. No goo mines to stop him, no barbed wire as well. Speak easy, great kill to find a Deanpa. Big to get that Jaeger off of the board. Yuler taking some free damage here, but I mean, it's only impact nades, won't really do too much. That's a perfect one to really get behind him. Nicely done. And so, a few bullets can do Lunar in. He might be a Monty, but he's gonna have to play a bit carefully now, knowing that he is quite low. Lonely here though, he's being pressured, but knows he doesn't have anything to worry about. Should have my Magnus and ADSs to support him for the meantime, and Speak Easy will get that kill on the Hoven. Bring down to 4v2. Now, this garage position is very deadly for him to continue playing, because he can get pincered in, and Speak Easy cleaning up house. Last player left remaining will be Tolji, 1v4. He has to know that they are inside the cache already. He goes for the peek, but Joe is going to tell him, go home. IG, great clear, great pressure on that garage, opening up CCTV wall, and when they did, it was done. They knew all they had to do was take the gunfights, win them, and well, completely theirs was the site.
Excellently played, and good attack from Invictus Gaming. They have gotten the 2 rounds that they wanted here on the attack. The 2 rounds that they were able to get yesterday. Sorry, I think what it was. Or was it 3? I'm forgetting my own statistics. No, it was 3. So they are 2/3 of the way there, and they're halfway through this first half. The Blackbeard at this point, very obviously a 6th pick. No one's really going to be falling for that, and they might be going for a Capital-enabled rush plant amidst smoke and fire for the second attack.
Alright. Well, can they do it once more? Taking up the second floor once again. CCTV cache. That garage hold was very deadly, and I talked about how when Monty on Lunar Metal was crawling up that stairway into the garage catwalk, the rafters, it would be very, very helpful to have, you know, maybe a goo mine or something, but hell, even barbed wire. They didn't have either. Now, so to try and flex into that, we told you picking the Legion here, but there isn't a Monty anymore. Seems to be a one and done trick for them. The Capital this time will come out, which I think would be very important to flush out that the rafters. Like a simple asphyxiation bolt, a molly on that is going to be very, very hard to stop.
Let's see what Toji can do. He's playing very aggressively over here. He's dedicated 2 of his limited goo mines to the door over at Garage. They're trying their best. Speakeasy taking a little bit of electric damage, and he's now waiting for his teammates to help him out. Last time around, it was Zafia going down below. Jordan, he's not really made his way there just yet. He will soon. Lunar Metal is droning out for him, making sure the area nearby is all safe. And I'm surprised, honestly, that no one from Renatus has tried to contest this.
See, as Jordan opens up on the Deempa, man, this is the second time he's gone down first in the round. It's not a good thing to be when you're the Jaeger, who they expect a lot of gunfight ability and gunpowder to come from. So, really not looking too well right now for the side of Renatus. They do get the kill, a great frag on the Jordan, not letting him get too much. Gets a kill in this round, and that's all he does find. As of the meantime, still trying to take garage control right now. Speak easy, man. He's been doing so much work on this. Thermite, as soon as the breach is open, he's always able to win these gunfights at range, and so Renatus have to try and respect that for the meantime. He might be a Thermite. That's 5.56 in his hand. Certainly deadly.
Now, more magnets are going to go in. I'm surprised that one's not been zapped away, actually. Surprised that's not how it works. Lunar Metal's going to pick up Tolji. A good trade onto Hysterics. Rick's very aggressive on the breach swing, and he might go aggressive here on the swing here in construction, but I don't think that player that we spotted out prone is inside of construction. That would be quite a foolish position to take. Pretty sure he's outside. And IG, they have 1 minute to play with. Lonely's got a very good angle. He is being pre-fired away though. Takes a little bit of damage. Can't win this gunfight. And Joe and Luna in concert, they get their kills. 1 apiece. And Invictus Gaming has the 3 attacking rounds that they really wanted. Now they're going to be pushing on for 4, maybe even 5.
It's so hard to try and contest those LMGs. You can't really time it to the reload because by that point it'd be completely safe on the burst. So Castle being picked here by Hoven. Ricks as well on the Thunderbird for a basement site defense. Alibi coming from Tolji. I'd be curious to see if they 6-pick out of any of these to potentially happen. No Oryx coming in this time, which I think is the right idea. But Hoven, switch out his Castle. Oh no, he does switch onto the Oryx, which we have seen a lot here on Clubhouse, and I assume we can switch out of the Blackbeard, of course, here in the basement. Why would you need a Blackbeard? Buck coming in instead. Really help with a lot of the soft destruct they would want to apply from up above. And this Oryx, I mean, it's not a bad pick on paper, but it just hasn't been working so far for Renatus. He's been getting flushed out. No Jackal this time, though, on the side of Invictus, so maybe his roam might be a bit more successful.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, they are able to impress themselves upon this defense a little bit further. They haven't been able to really do much except for that defense that they won in round number 2, which was a very good retake indeed. It was impressively done. Hohenhurst, he stuck the Oryx over here. As he said, I don't know whether the Oryx is the best decision over here. There's some utility that they are giving up by bringing the Oryx, and the ability to create holes, in my opinion, could just as well be served by Enri, who still has those Surya gates and are able to either burn utility or stop and punish these attackers if they are late on the uptake. She also has a better gun, in my opinion, than the T5 SMG, the Roni, of course. And she brings with her a nice little piece of a kit that will allow you to impress yourself upon the ground.
Sure, although the Roni has gotten some, I guess, touches these past few months, updates, patches, but it is what it is. IG here, trying to work on this hatch, but oh, he barely escapes by that, and as he drops down from the kitchen itself, Adimpa gets the trade on the Hysterics on that Hibana. Would have opened it, if not for these meddling Renatus defense, who are just pretty good at clearing out so far, but Joe gets a kill. That's a huge one for him to find. Being pressured right now here on this stash side here towards the bedroom, and Zadimpa's doing a good job of keeping at bay and keeping him busy. I'll keep IG distracted for now.
Well, Hovenhurst, what can he do? He needs to have an impact. He had a terrible bank as well. And now his team is in the man count deficit yet again. That Roma needs to create some chaos. It needs to be very mobile the way he plays. Oryx. Playing static like this, it's all well and good, but then the question is, why are you bringing the Oryx in particular? Especially if you're going to default all the way back to sight just like that. Rix, now he's playing this really well, brings the shotgun again on the Thunderbird, gets a kill, and then goes back to his corner stations to heal up.
Yeah, it begs the question, what do you get from the Oryx by playing him like this over any other operator for that matter that is also 2-2?
Yeah.
Faster movement? Maybe, but is that really that important if you're not using the full verticality of the darn thing?
If you want the T5, right?
Hell yeah, exactly. Well. And he gets you even more value utility-wise, like super more, especially as the round goes on, so...
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the plan here is, but bring it to a 3v3. I'd like to see a Vigil if that's what they're gonna do, but hell,
yeah, all that
is what it is.
Vigil, a Rooney, Legion, but 15 seconds over here. One at AKs, he's gonna get taken out by Luna Metal. That's a freebie. Big mistake from Adinapa, but the crouch, the prone actually from one of the defenders. That's Hovenhurst, takes down Speakeasy. Joe's gonna rush in. Triple kill for these guys. They need to get the diffuser down right now, and Joe needs to hold this cover perfectly. Rix is gonna creep in from the side, and Joe has no clue whatsoever. Renatus, they get away with almost murder here, essentially, as Joe left completely unawares. Not enough information for IG during the execute, and still they managed to hang on. Renatus, IG just not having a good time with attack in general. Just whether it's on bank, whether it's here, it seems like they lack some information. Even though, of course, on bank they went 4-2.
No, I think they got kind of lucky in that one. They're pretty fortunate that Rix has bailed them out of that situation, and he's been doing good work on that Thunderbird. Not even bringing the spear, but Spaz into it, and he's been doing a pretty good amicable job on that Thunderbird. Who said healers are only for healing and not killing? Well, he's been doing a bit of both for the side of Renatus, but I don't know, that Oryx pick just doesn't seem like it was really bringing them much, and I honestly think they were quite fortunate to come out with a win on that round, especially in 2v1. Great play individually here coming from Renatus and Rix especially in that final one. But IG, they bring out the Monty here once again. The only time we saw them bring that Monty out was on the cache and CCTV attack the first time around that we did see Renatus hold it. Now they're going to be bringing it out here for the other second floor site for cache and bedroom, rather for gym and bedroom. And why cache? Well, typically a lot of teams like to extend their defense into the cache room. In this case, Renatus be looking to do that.
Now, of course, Renatus getting lucky with that movement at the end, but of course, they made their own luck a little bit by making sure that IG never feels comfortable enough to make quick work of the bomb clear. There is a healthy amount of respect being given to Renatus, and that has come from the 2 games that these 2 teams have played against each other this season in the Operation League. Been pretty good games. The second one not as close. It was really IG making sure, whatever the case, they make it to the C Championship. as Luna is going to go up. Now, he is going to be helping with this roam clear. It's a more classic style roam clear we haven't seen from IG in a while. Second to first is going to get cleared out with the Monty. And very nicely done. Very quickly unshields, takes down those bandit batteries so Hysterics can start opening up.
Yeah, it's very important that you open some sightlines there, even beforehand in the prep phase, to not let that exact thing happen, so they know that Lunar would be closer, but does get that breach, rather the electrifications destroyed, which will allow them to breach. Doesn't seem to be like they're really doing that as of the moment. Still wanting to kind of scout out the site, look at what they're dealing with, what exactly has the defense set up for them to try and peel apart as they go into the site itself. So they're trying to look for as of the moment. Opening that wall up, I'm not too sure, but it will give them at least an angle to contest with, so you don't have to be too afraid of the footholds, which can be very, very intimidating.
Well, Toji gets the first pick. Intimidating indeed. Hysterics off the board. Unfortunately, his roam clear adventures this round are going to end, and we might be headed for a 3-3 first half. And just like we did yesterday on the attack, well, 3 attacking rounds for IG, RTS weren't able to really impress at all. Toji gets flashed, but he's still running around. He has C4 on the board. He's going to send it out and pre-place it. He's not going to detonate it just yet. And it's a good little idea. It's right over the default plant spot.
Certainly be very helpful to go for that gem plant. And that's what he's prepping for as of the moment, but he's going to have to stay alive till that comes. But 20 seconds left on the clock. That certainly is looking to be a possibility. They can go for, you know, kind of a rush plant on that, but Speakeasy making his way up, not even expecting Toji to be here. Great frag. That's a double now in the round for Toji. Rick's finding one of his own and Hoban getting a kill, and they completely shred him apart, not even letting it get to the time where they can even go for a plant for an execute on the site because they keep him at bay at the gates. And Invictus, well, this game is now 3-3 as Renatus win that final round of the opening half. Great job for them to tie the game up.
Well, unsurprising, and a good recovery from Renatus to at least get 3 rounds here on defense. But that's not a good sign. You are on Clubhouse, you are on a map where we really expect the defense to reign supreme. Now, going back to the stats again, and the games up until yesterday, or at least until today's first match, after that, we have seen Clubhouse 15 times, excluding this one, and it's been actually a 60% defensive win rate. 84 rounds have gone to the defense, and only 57 have gone to the attackers. So that basically means that, you know, 3 out of 5, or approximately, very approximately 3 or 4 out of 6, ideally 4, should be going to the defense. Renatus in a little spot of bother.
Not something that they're going to be too comfortable with as of the meantime, but hell, they're going to have to buy themselves out of it the old-fashioned way and take a round first and foremost. IGS at the moment picking this second floor, trying to defend to start things off. Actually, no, never mind. We're trying to go the exact opposite way here, playing things down below instead, as the reinforcements up above from Joe tell a different tale. Basement to start things off, and you know, they might be starting here. I mean, I expect them to try and kind of scatter themselves out, but Starks is setting up these cameras really late. Ideally, you want to set up inside the site first with your cams before you go out and above, so you don't have to come back for it, but he might just be a bit too late on this. Fortunately for them, doesn't seem like RTS are really looking to turn up the pace. Very late reinforcements right now in these hatches.
Hysterics here on the Valkyrie is not an operator we've seen in a while from him, but at least in Apex South, he's very, very proficient at this role though. And nice little long line of sight from Lunar Metal. Oh, but Lonely's got the LMG, and he can go for a much longer pre-fire and wins it out. Nice little trade. No, it's going to be Joe falling as well. And quickly, as IG set up their defense, it's all been torn apart. The roamers unable to play with the traits properly, just giving Lonely 1v1s. And Renatus are going to be feeling very good about this round now. They have so much time to work with, and they have 2 members advantage.
Very nicely done from them to, clear out the roam here, coming from Joe and Lunar on the side of IG. And Renatus are looking pretty proficient on their attacking side, at least for a basement take as of the meantime. Hoven playing this, but he has to be very careful because that Nitro Cell, luckily for him, does not connect, but he lands a shot on the speakeasy. Hysterics, a great trade out to bring it to 4v2, and he gets another with a deagle. Hysterics, okay, hello. Adimpa gets a kill for his own. Hysterics, as he goes down, it's all on the Jordan now in a 1v3. A minute left on the clock. There's so much time here for Renatus to work with, and Jordan is certainly going to have to be the GOAT as of the moment, because there are a lot on his shoulders to try and bring it on now. Hallway has been given away. He knows that Rix is there. He's very fortunate that does not connect, and that's his final toxic bait to be used. They're all inside the arsenal room on the exact opposite side. Could potentially get a kill, but Lonely will find a frag to open and rather end the round here, opening up the half for the side of Renatus as they taking the lead 4-3.
Well, Renatus, very good response, and very important to set the tone in the first round of this half. Excellently played on their attack. That early double kill from Lonely was key to giving them the freedom to take control of the first floor. They didn't really have to deal too much with the second floor. Hysterics, he got 1 kill onto Tolji, who was trying to make something happen with the long angles from second down to basement. But it's alright because Hysterics got traded out even though he took 2 with him. And eventually just left Jordan in a very unenviable position. Couldn't recover from there. Renatus, lots of experience on their side as well, so they are in very good shape right now. They want at least 1 more round, and then we can start thinking about this being a Renatus map.
Is their map picking, so they assuredly are a comfortable attacking team on this, but IG, knowing their veteran experience, could start to turn things around and make some adjustments here. Playing now CCTV and Cash, only trying that basement once before they try and switch things up. Not liking what they saw on basement, so they try and keep their heads a bit higher in many ways. Lunar will be potentially playing the shield. Not too extended of a defensive roam to seemingly come here from IG. Well, no, never mind, Joe. Reinforcing this lounge. Lots of teams like to turn this lounge into a kill hole, and it seems to be the case with him placing the shield facing there towards the bar. Could potentially be a point of contention that they could use, and if there are vertical sightlines from up above on those roofs from inside the site, they can even help him in his fight for the lounge.
Great information being provided with this drone onto the Goyo. I don't know if Joe is absolutely aware. Now he is. The red ping comes in again. A drone peeks on around the corner, and Joe's going to back on out of there. He goes to the top of red stairs, and he's going to hold position. Try to fight off whatever Lonely can offer, and he got out there just in time. Adinapa is going to help out. The lifelines are going to go in, try to get that wall opened up. Luna's batteries shouldn't be active anymore, and I do believe you hear those X-Kairos being placed and detonated on that wall.
The Goyo shield didn't really last too long there. Completely early burned down, and oh my goodness, great angle by Jordan. Who even uses that for him to look down all the way into the blue hatch and get that kill? Big brain, and he finds Hoven off of it. Hoven, you can see he almost landed a shot too to trade out on him, but good job here to get the opening kill.
Now, Rix has information on this catwalk player at Speakeasy, but the thing is, he doesn't really need to move, especially if he's getting kills onto Lonely, as well as Rix. 2 beautiful kills, just reels them off, just like he was doing on Bank. Adinapa replies onto Hysterics. That's the first kill for his team this round. But what can he and Tolji do? They don't have that much control. They don't have that much utility.
This will certainly be very helpful. But now it's Tolji. He's down to low HP, and Adimpa has burned all his nades. You have to play this very, very dry. Do it the old-fashioned way. No fancy tools, no fancy gadgets, no technology to help you this time. Just cold, hard play. He goes for the push and gets the kill on the Jordan. Very nicely done from him. He's now entering himself into the site, trying to aggress here in the red stairs, but it's going to be very difficult as it's going to be held by 2 players here from the side of Invictus, and they do get the kill. Joe here with the Vector in hand, and Lunar will get the final of the round as Invictus answer back. Great job from Invictus, switching things up to go into the second half, and now they've tied the game up 4-4.
Well, let's see what IG can do on this defense. They have replied well enough on Cash and CCTV, and it still baffles me that here in Southeast Asia you have Cash and CCTV, the bomb site, that teams still prefer. Seems to me that the basement has a lower defensive win rate, and this is completely not scientific, it's just what I've been feeling. But it looks like it, that teams struggle a lot more on the basement defense than they do on the Cash and CCTV.
Well,
Attackers need to locate.
we're going to see if they're going to make it happen, at least here on Jim. Not wanting to opt to the basement, as you said, you know, because at least the second floor hold earlier on CCTV and Cash was pretty successful, and a lot of times when you play Gym and Bedroom here, you get a lot of that same value that you would be playing on CCTV, but not having the cons of when you give up CCTV, it's going to be a free plant anymore. So this will definitely help them out, and I think it's going to be a better site for them as well over that basement that we did see from them earlier on. Placing the Goyo here. Some teams actually like not opening a rotation when playing Gym and Gym and Cash, rather Gym and Bedroom. They'd like not opening a rotation into the red stairs there from Cash, but for Invictus, they opt to go for that as they have a Goyo to support it for the meantime. We do not have a Bandit and no Mute as well, which is 2 things that you might actually commonly see on extended horizontal hold here for the Gym and Bedroom side when you go to CCTV and Cash. So IG, as of the moment, looking good so far, but can they continue this up as Renatus are maybe heating up once again?
Whatever the case, we are definitely going to see a very, very close matchup, and that's exactly what you always hope for as an audience member when you want to see the 2 teams giving it their all. Adinapa, not sure what he was looking for underneath the truck, but there's going to be an engagement. Hovenhurst's going to win this out against Jordan. They have been playing a little bit of musical chairs with the Valkyrie. This time Jordan's the one on it, and he loses out. Speakeasy. Oh, we saw him a couple of days ago do so much damage with the Alda, going for the long range shots as he said, and he goes on and takes down Lonely. Adinapa very low as well.
Oh, Dimpa. It's not good to have your Yana very low early on. Does still have a nade to use here, so before he goes down, it could be really nice for him to burn that immediately. Let's get a kill here. Hoven trying to nade from underneath, and first one does not connect. Second one lands. It gets a great kill. Look at this. Both of the information gathering operators have been taken off of the board. Luckily for them, they've placed their Black Eyes and Evil Eyes already, but now they're not going to be something they can actively use anymore. Those Nitro cells won't be up online. No more Nitros. No more C4s here for them to use to deny the plant. IG and Renatus could potentially, to get another kill, go for the plant.
Hysterix is still up. He had a great timeout on Bank as well. And he's got the DMR. The Mark 14 does a lot of damage. It's not as fast firing as the Roni, so if you want to spray and pray, that might be a better option for you. But Hysterix is going to reposition. He's going to go aggressive on this, and he's going to go shooting, and he finds 2. Rixen told you off the board, and Inipa replies onto Joe, but Luna keeps the man count advantage with a trade onto him as well. And now it's all up to Hovenhurst. Luna is the one to put the cap into him at the very end. And IG, they take the lead once more, finally. And now they're on the defense and feeling very, very good indeed.
It's a good recovery from IG. Man, disadvantage was theirs for the most time of that round, for the most part. But they bring it back in the end. 5v3, no problem for IG. Renatus, that's certainly a round that you hate to lose finding the opening picks, bring it down to 5v3, but then slips away at the final opportune moment just when they thought it was theirs. Very, very nicely done by IG, but Renatus Lion switched on over. Actually, I don't think a Lion would have been a bad idea here. Certainly, Ibana does give you a lot more for hard breaching potential, especially on the basement, but if they had something else to supplement that with, then I don't think Lion would necessarily be a bad pick. I think just how mobile and active IG have been on the defensive side roam, it could be what they need to flush him out, especially since they don't seem adept to really wanting to play a Jackal for the meantime.
Yeah, I'm surprised. The Jackal is an operator that can really speed things up. Brings the smokes as well. Great little kit with the C7E. I really like that weapon. Or if you're so inclined, you can even bring the PDW, long as you know what you're doing.
10 seconds remaining.
But regardless, I do think the lineup that Renatus are bringing here is pretty good. We got soft breaching with the Zofia and the Sledge. We also have frag grenades / lifelines for utility clear on the Yana as well as the other two operators. Then we have the hard breaches, of course, two of them, sometimes as an insurance policy, sometimes as just making sure you can get every single wall open that you want to.
Definitely helps, and to have that at range, and especially for hatches, a lot more efficient than using any other hard breacher, as Maverick is taken off the board and there's no Kaid, no problem for them to really deal with. But as of the moment, to try and do things the old-fashioned way, no Lion to help them on those run clears, really just drone things out and see for themselves, and honestly face check a bunch too, just to make and speed up this process. IG don't seem to be really deep roaming so far. I count 5 players inside the site itself, so they're all bunkering down, anchoring down below. Renatus just gives them free control to do whatever the hell they want and clear out the entirety of the map. The only thing they have to deal with right now is anything to be thrown up their way from the hatches, as you can try and work on that in just a bit. As IG looking to bunker down and really solidify their defense on the site itself.
Holding firm so far, half the round still left to be played, and the hatches are getting opened up. Oh, Hovenhurst, he misses the first time, but he does it the second. Jordan trying to contest on the vertical, but he is absolutely clueless where the attack is actually coming from. And the second opportunity not missed by Hovenhurst. Really important, and he nails this. 1 minute, and Lonely now is pushing down blue. Very good time being made by Renatus, except Speakeasy is still up.
Yeah, slow peek that, you're walking into your own death. A great punisher by Speakeasy to not let that get too out of hand. Lunar here, taking so much damage, but actually Speakeasy almost taking damage. Luckily for him, those nades don't land, but Lunar is going to support him anyways with a bunch of Omai magnets here to try and catch anything that comes his way. So Blue firmly into control right now of IG, 40 seconds left on the clock and ticking. And Renatus have to step on this. They don't have much time to work with if it continues to bleed out. They don't have dirt control. They don't really have control of anything. Blue is not theirs. They've got the hatches, but that's all they've got to work with. Main lobby, rather main stairs here, is where you're going to see Tolji push in from, but that's not much to work with, and there's not much time as well to try and get something happening.
Flashbang's gonna go in. The plant is being stuck by Hovenhurst over here. It is going to be successful, I think. Yes, Hysterix picks up 1, but he's traded immediately by Rix. Adinapa on the hash. He has to change his position, but Hovenhurst is making everything happen. Lunar Metal goes down as well. Unfortunately, Hovenhurst on the prone angle is caught by Joe. And Speakeasy very, very low. He tried to go for a flank, but there was a drone that had been watching him, and he retreats with tail tucked between his legs. Now it's all up to him. Rix is holding the verticals, and IG likely aren't going to be able to get match point this round. They will probably go all the way to maximum regulation. What are they doing? They're going to drop, and they are going to finally take down Speakeasy. Renatus with a great attack at the end. Lovely, lovely little execute. IG just frozen out of their own bomb site.
Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you just bunker on down, Let's Renatus just open every single hatch, every single sightline that they want, and play that vertical game against you. Now, they did do a good job of, kind of bring it down to a very very risky plant for Renatus. But props to Renatus for making that work on out. Quick hammer into the site. And good cover as well by Tolji to keep him alive and let that plant go down. Even though Tolji did go down eventually, it allowed Hoven to stick the plant a lot more safely and successfully. 5-5, game is tied up. We're moving into the final 2 rounds of regulation, which will be played out. And Invictus Gaming, can they take the lead back here on Renatus' own map pick, as now they're going back to the other second floor site, which has been a lot more successful for them. Losing basement twice right now, that second loss a lot closer than the first time that they played it on the opening round of this half, but round number 11 back up top. And this is where Invictus have been so deadly on the defensive side when they go to the second floor.
Luna is going to be setting up here. His banded batteries likely going to get dealt with very easily with the setup that Renatus is bringing. Look at that, they got lots of frag grenades, 4 of them, they got 2 lifelines. It's basically the same lineup they've been bringing, I think, every single round over here on the attack. And we can't exactly say that it has been unsuccessful. Both of these teams are 2-2 so far in the second half. Are they going to be able to go 3-3 and push us to our first overtime of the day?
Remains to be seen, but could certainly be the case. Both of these teams looking pretty good right now. Spicy, map number 1 could have went either way as we went to the final round of regulation, and we're going to be seeing that once more here between these two teams in the grand final. Both already qualifying into the C champs, but hey, that prize money and the bragging rights are certainly one that you want to have for yourself. Frost, rather. I think that was that Lunar that they spotted out here roaming up above. No, that was Hysterics that they did see going back and forth, and he gets the kill anyways. Jordan following up as well. IG, what a defensive roam from them to really deny any sort of clear here coming from RTS. They're down to just 3 players remaining. Ooh, big damage done to Lunar from underneath, even though that might not have been the intention. But hell, it's a good consolation.
Well, not the ideal start to the round, or rather the first half of this round that Renatus would have wanted. I'm surprised Hohenhurst lost an engagement. It did seem like with the information that was being provided to him by his team, they were going to be able to secure that kill onto Hysterics. But then again, we are talking about Hysterics, the man who has been having one of the longest purple patches here in APAC that I can remember. First kill on the board for Renatus this round. Lunamill goes down, but he's having a great time here too. 9-6 in these 11 rounds. Adinapa still finding ones inside of gym and bedroom. I don't think Adinapa knows. And there is going to be a flank coming in very, very soon. That is likely going to punish both of these players inside of construction.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous for them. They have no idea that Hysterics is here. He's also trying to bide his time because he's very low. But as the execute comes, he could potentially get a flank and almost certainly a single kill at the very least. Hysterics, you can see him slowly crawling his way back into that bedroom, making it very, very slow. He has to time this right. Too early, he can get caught out and not get too much value out of this flank. Too late, then the site might just be done and dealt with, and they might have too much control already for him to even get back into it. So Hysterics biding his time, shots on out here. I think they have some idea that he's here, and he gets a kill. Great job here for him to get Rex. And Speakeasy will get another, down to a 3v1. Quick cleanup. Speakeasy hushing them out, and Invictus take match point.
Looking very similar to the bank, and finally we have a tactical timeout being called by Renatus. They know the dangers of going 2-0 down in maps, the pressure that it will put on them mentally, knowing that out of the potential 3 maps that you play after that, any one loss will be their last.
Oh man. Final round of regulation here in Finland. Once again, we're proposed with the question, do we go into overtime? Do Renatus bring us to that state? Or will IG get another 7-5 win here in the series? They did that on the opening map of this series on Bank. Can they do it once more here on Clubhouse. Goyo to be picked by Lunar once again. Hysterics here on the Wamai. Jaeger being picked by Joe. Will Rooney actually be locked in by Hysterics? We'll find on out, but the Valken Maestro picks are going to be very, very important for this second floor hold of theirs. No Mumai, no Mute, no Mozzie. Things that you would normally see on a site like this, and a hold like this for gym bedroom. Seems like a timeout has been called. Speak easy. Will he be playing that vigil?
I think it could definitely work out for him, but he is going to swap away. As I was going to say, it's not really an operator we've seen him play at all, and I know IG are playing a little bit fast and loose with the rules, but look, from today onwards, 1 week later, these guys, actually less than a week later, these guys will be in Sweden. And on the Monday, the next Monday after this one, tomorrow, they will be playing their opening matchup against... Actually, I don't remember who it is again. But they'll be playing their opening matchup in the Sweden Major. So at this point, you need to start getting a little bit serious. Good chance, a very good chance right now that Hysterics cannot go. So the playstyle that you're seeing here, a little bit fast and loose, perhaps even a little bit sloppy, might be the one they're gonna have to break out at the Sweden Major as well. So now is the time to solidify how it works out, find out which parts of it work, which parts don't, what operators everyone can play on without Hysterics being there to play his usual roles, and then we'll see what happens.
I mean, they might be on a plane out even tomorrow or the day after, who knows. So they certainly have a lot on their plate to deal with, not just this grand final, but then on furthermore. Right now, IG to claim to be the champions of Season 4 of the Operation League here for the MYSGPH ID region. It'd certainly be a good confidence boost going into a huge tournament. As of the moment, they have to focus on the task at hand, and that is to win this round, to win it in regulation, and not let it extend and exceed into overtime. Because at that point, Renatus might just have enough in the tank to bring this one back. IG, you've got that Valkyrie. One of those black eyes have been destroyed, though, so job by Tolji to find that and fish that out. Only 2 remaining. They still have the black eyes as well inside the site itself to really make things more difficult on the planting side for Renatus, who are down to less than 2 minutes left on the clock, and Tolji has taken the brunt of the damage.
Boombots are gonna come in from Tolji in response, sending it through this little gap in the wall, but the mute jammers are everywhere. They're gonna go in though, not much time, and that boombot's gonna go into the bathroom. I don't think it's actually going to get the utility that is there, I believe. Not the mute jammer. Not quite yet, maybe, I don't know. We are seeing a Dinepa try, and I don't think it's been successful to open up that wall.
It's been very difficult for them as of the meantime. They do get the wall open, okay, into the gym, but the Dimpa, it's not fully nor cleanly open. Still will give them some sidelines and a bit of a way to walk into. Tolji here. Another Rotero drone to destroy that. Should be able to get it off of the board.
Finally. It was the third Rotero drone we are seeing used by him, and it's the first one that I think was successful. I don't think the other 2 did very much at all. I do have one player that's gone down onto the first floor. You can see he is going to be trying to fight off Hovenhurst, I do believe. I'm not sure whether Hovenhurst is ready to receive.
Attackers have recovered their defuse.
Where has that player gone?
Well, they have to be. Have to be kind of ready right now because, well, 20 seconds left on the clock. Very low HP on some of the players here for Renatus. This is looking very dire for them. They do get that evil eye destroyed at the very least, but this could be the final round that they play here for map number 2. Plan trying to be stuck here by Adinpa. They do have the denial on that. Hoven able to get the kill here in the Joe, who was trying to deny that plan from happening, but Rick's able to get one of his own. Speak easy getting a kill, but what will it be? A double now for him, a triple now goes into way quickly. Flushly here from IG, and they end the map. Map number 2. 2-0, they go up in the series. We're going to the 3rd map of this series, and it could be the final one as Invictus take away the map number 2, picked here by Renatus.
Oh my god, Speakeasy, he dumps the altar, goes for the AA-12. I didn't even realize he was holding that until he comes up big, gets the kill onto the planter and the one trying to vault in. That was the Flores. And then Jordan, of course, just tucked in the corner like that. They had no idea where he was, and he just absolutely cleaned up shop. And you could see Renatus, they had run out of time, they had run out of ideas, and they went for broke with that plant. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. IG played it very, very risky. There was no plant denial in terms of like C4s or, you know, someone below that could have actually made it work. Hovenhurst, I think, realized that the flank that had come down had been warded off, so he came back up. But regardless, you know, it is IG once again with the 7-5 victory. These are close maps. And we'll be back after showing you the highlights of Clubhouse with map number 3, which might be the last one if IG keep this train going.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
then why did these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Stay nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime. My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know. But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Chalet wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to map number 3 of this fantastic matchup between Invictus Gaming and Renatus. It's been very close so far, and the action is just set to get higher and better and more exciting. We've had 2 7-5s, first on Bank, then on Clubhouse. I mean, Black and Blue. This has not been easy to call.
For sure, although I think things are going to change here as we're moving into map number 3. Coastline is where it's going to be. And this, once again, is the map pick of Invictus Gaming. So, while they did pick this map, it can be a very snowbally map, to be quite honest with you, when playing on Coastline. And if they get momentum on their side here, Renatus, and they're able to, kind of fight back early on and not let Invictus gain that momentum on their side, then who knows, we might be going into a full, at least a 4th map, and that's kind of where I'm leaning, at least for this series. I do think Invictus are the favorites to win this, even from the start, but I was always expecting at least one map to be won here by Renatus to really put up a good fight.
Yeah, I mean, we are hoping that one of these 7-5s kind of would have gone to Renatus, but maybe not then, maybe now. Coastline is still a fairly frag-heavy map. It is less different to the rest of the maps in the pool than it was previously before the changes that happened. It really meant that just straight out and out, it was a nightmare for defenders, and it was a haven for attackers to come in and feast. But now, we got the wall changes on VIP, and we got the changes from the bars. They're now double windows as well that you can barricade.
Yeah, for sure. Like down below on the kitchen, those are some changes that do kind of at least standardize the map or make it a bit more competitively viable. The VIP one especially is a huge, the biggest change that they've done to this map in recent times that has kind of really affected how teams, kind of set up on the defensive side and how teams attack. Now that VIP side, both better and worse for either side depending on how you look at it, but hell, it really does make things a lot more, compelling of a map to be playing on, especially for a final decider potentially of this series. This could be the final map of this. Could be a huge map to get things going, but we're almost about ready to get going into the final potential, once again, map of this series here on Coastline. If we don't if we don't end it here though, if we ever go up to that 4th map, it's going to be Oregon, which is a very, very interesting map to see. I think, if anything, that's where we're going to really end this series. I do expect Renatus to kind of come back here at the very least, to, even with their backs against the rope, to throw a punch and swing and land at least one thing going their way, because both of the past 2 maps that we just did see have been very, very close, but at the very nick of time, it's always been IG to get out of it in the end. Oregon, will we go there? I think so, but we're going to have to find out for ourselves if Villa will be where we're going to actually end up on for our 5th and final decider map. We're going to go into the map vetoes, rather into the operator bans in just a bit. But you talked about Infian, how Coastline can be very frag heavy. Always has been from the start, much less so. But I'm going to expect a lot of frags to come in here, because we're going now finally here in the map number 3. Coastline it shall be. Map picked here by Invictus, as the operator bans should have already been going all throughout. What do you expect to see here operator ban-wise before we actually cut into it?
I do expect to see Renatus banning out perhaps a Montagne at the start, and that we're going to get a confirmation on that soon after Invictus Gaming pick their attacker. They might ban for a Thatcher, and there we go, no surprises there. IG with the Thatcher. I think Renatus will respond with a Monty. They weren't really troubled by the Monty earlier on in Clubhouse, but IG did kind of bring it, and on Coastline, Monty is an operator that could be a little bit more problematic. I don't think they're going to ban Flores. They have been using Flores quite extensively, and there we go, right on the money. Here is Monty over on defense. That is where the questions start to kind of rise. Might we see a Valkyrie and Mira combination?
Nostradamus here. I wouldn't actually be surprised to see those 2 exact bans. Actually, I'll double down on that. I'm thinking of Mira and Valkyrie is what we're going to get. We get the first from that as advertised, and if we're going to really be, the fortune tellers of today here, the analysts on the board, then we both agree that Mira is probably the most common other ban to follow up, and hell, I'm going to suggest it too. The only other thing that comes to mind, maybe a Clash, who knows? Some teams like to play it actually in Coastline, but let's see now, Mira to be banned? No, Wamai. Very interesting. Not out of question, but very interesting and curious.
Oh, so now there is a surprise coming in from Invictus Gaming. Kind of throwing us a curveball with this Wamai pick. Not something you would really have expected. I don't think we see Wamai bans that too often, as well as usually when you're banning a Wamai, it's when the opposition kind of sometimes tries to throw you off by banning a Jaeger as well, and then you're like, oh, there is absolutely no denial that we have left except for maybe an Aruni, and we are going to see an Aruni and a Mira in this Hookah Billiards defense.
So Mira will be in contention here for both teams to utilize, and IG are going to be the first one to do that. Now Coastline, a bit less defender-sided than most maps might be, but it can be very, very difficult still for the attackers sometimes to get a decent foothold into the map itself. The gunfights are really still the name of the game here on Coastline, decided a lot of times by this, of course. At the end of the day, utility will help influence those fights, but you're gonna need to land your shots, as this is still an FPS. Going towards Hookah. Opening site picked here on this map, coming from IG, a very comfortable site that a lot of teams like to use. Lots of teams like to hold on to the Sunrise bar right under as well, where you can see Speak Easy trying to flex about, place some pests to really delay the Sunrise take coming from the side of RTS, and let's see how IG uses. No rotation here between Blue and Sunrise, but I don't think it's going to matter too much ultimately in the end.
Well, we'll see how this shapes up from the attackers. They should have a better time here. Speakeasy might be the first one to receive. He's right now in the connector. He's going to move on over to Office. Nice line of sight that can be established from the attack, but there's no one cutting his rotations off. Lunar Metal pauses. Very interesting mirror window, of course. And I think it might just work out for them, because Renatus do seem very interested in clearing from the east side.
So Joe here on the Jaeger, be playing cool vibes for the meantime. Hysterics playing inside the theater. Typically, some teams would like to place their mirror window inside the theater, but they place it out down in the hallway, 90 degree, which isn't something you see too often. Hysterics, he has information that the Ricks here and the Ace is right around the corner outside on that balcony. Ricks has to be very careful. Checking here towards the bedroom, almost lands a shot. Luckily for Hysterics, he's able to get away in the nick of time.
Well, Hysterics away, but he's not gone all the way away, and he's still holding on. He almost gets his head taken clean off. Rick's pre-fire just going a little bit too high. That mirror window will be disabled, surely, and it will force Lunamil to fall off from behind it. Frag grenade is being prepped, is not going to hit whatsoever. There's no one really anywhere close to B, and I don't think the frag grenade even got a clean sightline through.
Yeah, it doesn't even open up the floor all the way through, which is unfortunate, but nature of the beast sometimes. Hoven, as long as drones, he's dispensed already his nades, and Lonely has one more nade. I think Hoven might have one more as well, so still got something to work with, but this Cool Vibes is going to be a very big problem for them to flush out. They expect some ADSs to try and hold on to this, so these nades might not be as effective as they might ultimately want it to be. Trying to go for some hookah presence right now and speak easy. Great shutdown here on the Lonely. Still had the nade in his hand, so that's a bit of unspent utility wasted. Hoping getting that kill in Hysterics. Edine able to get one of his own on the Ash, and Tolji gets a kill as well. A triple goes their way, completely flushing out the entirety of the side here. And Hoven finds a double, a triple kill for him in the end. It's down to 20 seconds left on the clock, and speak easy. Every single piece of weight, all the task and expectation is put upon his shoulder to bring it out in the 1v4.
A nice little pre-fire coming in his way, but he is now going to confirm that he is around, do some damage to to Tolji, and he's going to take him down. Nice little kill coming in, but he only has 25 seconds. He needs to find 3 members and get the diffuser stuck in. Adinapa was the one on the flank coming up from the first floor, and Invictus Gaming, they lose this first defensive round on Coastline. Not too much of a surprise. It's not easy to defend here, and Renatus showed exactly why. Just took control of all the sidelines and rotations.
Yeah, and they picked Hookah too, which is a site that a lot of teams on the attacking side actually have no problem taking. A lot of teams here on the defense and coastline even like starting on something like Kitchen, Blue Bar, but hell, even Penthouse sometimes. Although I'd argue the latter of which is the most unfavorable site. But hell, Hookah, not too bad of a site, still just very difficult to map. This coastline as a whole is very difficult to defend sometimes, especially against very efficient attacking side teams. Caveira to be picked here for Invictus by Hysterics. Okay.
Well, I don't know what Hysterics is planning with that calf, but it is going to be spicy. I hope. A good chance he just gets shut down just immediately, right off the cuff. Hovenhurst had a great round last time out. 3 kills for him. And Tolji's angle on the window, I think, was the big one. He managed to basically isolate anyone trying to come in from the A bomb site over onto B, and there was nothing that the defenders could do to stop the diffuser from going down, even if they wanted to. Adinapa had taken a little bit of damage, but he was shut down very quickly by Tolji. So this time out, what IG needs to do is get a little bit more aggressive at the start, and this is a good chance of him getting something, but no one from Renatus has spawned over on the southwest at Ruins. Hovenhurst instead gets the pick, and that's Luna off the board. Lots of pings. Lonely gets Joe, and the diffuser is getting planted. This has been a rush. Adinapa's inside of sight, and once again, the B side has been frozen away from the A defenders, and this is all but over. Hysterics, no explosive action from him unless he can get a 1v5 clutch with 5 HP left.
I feel like we just got done from the preparation phase, and we're already in a post-plant as Hysterics gets a kill, but not surviving much longer as Ricks will eventually trade him on out. Great blitz of a round here coming from Renatus. You love to see it, especially against a team like Invictus Gaming, and make it work out. I don't know what the Caveira was up to there by Hysterics, what the plan was, but certainly too far removed from the situation to even help out, and Renatus completely storm over the site. Blitzkrieg they bring, and very thunderous opening 2 rounds they've gotten.
As you would expect here on Coastline, very hard to fight off a rush, and I think yesterday we had who was it? Gaur fight off a rush. I think, or was it Banu? I don't quite remember yesterday or the day before. All the days are blurring together, all the games are blurring together. But there was a very good rush attempt that was denied. And this round, I think, showed exactly why it's so hard to deal with someone who is rushing in the way that they are coming in. You lose one gunfight and just very easily can snowball out of control. And that's exactly what happened to Invictus Gaming. Renatus played it to perfection. Love to see that.
Well, let's see if that will be the case. Going back up here now once again towards Hookah. Didn't work out the first time around, but it certainly was closer to what we saw a while ago. They like placing this mirror window towards VIP, don't they? Which is something you don't normally see, but I like it. Not too common, but not super uncommon either. It's a pretty good spot now when you think of it. Should be safe from the roof and from everything else. So, Mira, this is certainly why Mira is a very, very important pick on this map as a whole. You can play her on pretty much every single site that you want to. Actually, you would prefer to have a Mira for almost every single site here on the Coastline. And I told you, trying to work this Sunrise, as we talked about, lots of teams like to start on the Sunrise take when taking Hookah. That's what Tolji is trying to do at the meantime. But Speak Easy, great kill for him to get Hoven here.
Where was that? Where was Speak Easy? Must have been playing on the bar side? Or did he peek down on Cool Vibes? Because Tolji's very interested in Cool Vibes. Now, Hovenhurst being off the board is a massive, massive pick. He's been crazy good in these first 2 rounds. 5 kills, 3 and 2 in rounds 1 and 2 respectively.
0-2, Adinpa, great kill on him to get the trade and bring it down to a 4-4. RTS, man, Renatus making a great case of coming back in the game, and Adinpa, great second follow-up shot from him, a double kill now. He gets it on Speak Easy, taking lots of damage in return, but he's gotten his money's worth out of it. Hysterics still playing this shield, this mirror window towards that VIP. Nobody pushing from that side. It seems like Renatus are focused more on the northwestern side push, going in from Hookah and Sunrise and Cool Vibes, if anything else.
All Hysterics is definitely turning up here. Lonely gets taken out, and Adinapa on low HP. He's been getting the kills this round, but there's lots more that needs to be done. Hysterics pops open the mirror window, surprisingly from my side, but Adinapa, he doesn't need HP to get the kills.
Nice.
Lunar Metal goes down, and now he is trying to creep his way up. All his 3 kills have gone up here, but Hysterics once sends in a C4, but he can't stop the diffuser plant. And you can see Rick just leaping out of there. What can the attackers do to cover this off? Tolji is at the door. Are they going to be able to stick it? Where is Hysterics? He's going to get Tolji. Now he can watch from the window. And there's nothing that Rix can do. He's gone way too far away. And IG steal away around on the defense. Which started off well for them, but nearly went sideways.
Very, very sweet and swell here by IG. Man, it seems almost bad because considering how Adinpa found that double kill towards Cool Vibes, he got so much done, even able to deny one of the nitro cells that was thrown at him by the mute. But then here comes a follow-up nitro cell from Mira. It just completely lands on target, clearing him out. And as soon as that Cool Vibes player on Adinpa went down, that just gave free reign for IG on the retake. They got the kill at the end too, and able to stick the defuse because of it. IG, nicely done on that Hookah. And it'd be very difficult to win that site on the defense. So it's a good job by them. They're gonna need a few more of those though to bring this one back. And okay, they reinforce the rotation on the other end of it, so not able to mirror that out. I'm curious to see where exactly they're gonna be placing their mirror windows. I could expect them maybe to place some of them, like maybe one here towards the main lobby and the other on theater up above, but see exactly how they set this up.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I think that might just be the case. Hovenhurst on the Nook, though, that's what's caught my attention in this round. I think he's going to be a really, really potent force. Renatus are pretty good at rushing, as they have demonstrated already. There we go, Lunametal's going to place the second one inside the theater, just as you said. The mirror windows, I think, are going to be the biggest challenge for Hovenhurst, but the camera, as you saw them setting up a bulletproof camera earlier on, looking down at service entrance, now they won't be able to know if Hovenhurst walks in with his ability active. Hysterics, last time around when Renatus rushed this, he was just left adrift on an island. Let's see whether he can have a little bit more of an impact this round. He's been picking up the kills.
Okay. IG here as of the moment. Taking some early damage on Lunar Metal. Finka is gonna really let them press the issue even more. Adinpa knows there's one here in the security, but a great swing from Speakeasy and Lunar. Both of them cleaning up house one after the other. 2 opening picks fall in the way of IG.
Wow, we didn't even see the other one come in. Lunar Metal getting his pick elsewhere. And Hovenhurst, now more than ever, his role becomes amplified and watched. Both Jineba and Lonely are watching him, actually, seeing what he can do, where he can go. The swaps coming in. Not much that Renatus have at hand right now. They have utility, some of it, but unfortunately, Hovenhurst, he's not going to have his ability active. He's not going to be able to use it to full effect. For him to go down is pretty big for them. Lunar Metal here not placing the standard mirror windows, but it doesn't seem to be the matter. Doesn't seem even to be a problem for them. Jordan playing on the site itself. He does have a nitro cell still. The deny plant if they ever go for it through that kitchen window. There's no reinforcements on the back of that A site as well, which is very curious here in the kitchen. C4 rather, Nade does not connect. Doing some damage, but they eventually do confirm it, and that's why you want to reinforce at least one of those 2 walls on the side. Must be easy getting a kill as he comes out there from the gardens, from the center courtyard, and he brings it to a 4v2. Nook still uncaught here on Hoven. He hasn't found much value on that roam of his. And there he goes. He goes down too. Rix has zero clue where he's being shot from. They know his information. Joe was above. He's the one who did a little bit of damage, tickle him of sorts. Now Rick's gonna go back, and Hysterics is gonna wait and clean him up, using that Nesk charm to give him some extra power, perhaps. As Invictus Gaming tie things up here on the defense, and they have grown back into this game.
Suddenly come back into it. Seems like the opening 2 rounds were a bit more of a warm-up for them, and once they finally got some wind under their sails, they kept that going, sailing through whatever muddy waters RTS have pushed in front of them. Now they equalize the game up 2-2. Lonely, once again on that ace, nothing too different. Yana, Ontology, Buck here coming from Rix, to Twitch on Dinpa. So no more Ash to come out, no more Nook. I like it. Goyo here in the side of Hysterics, and no more Mira as well to be picked out, even though they're going back up to the penthouse and theater site, which is honestly a side that lots of teams like stacking both a Mira and Goyo in, but in this case they go for the latter and only the latter, and trying to supplement that with the Aruni instead with a castle as well.
I'm a little bit disappointed that they're not continuing on with the Nook. I just like to see some of these unorthodox picks here and there, and Nook has been used in some fairly funky scenarios in the past. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it this round, and we didn't get to see it last round either. Hovenhurst was just unable to make his mark. But a little bit off on Operator Shuffle, as you said. Hovenhurst is on the Zofia, Tolji's on the Yana. Totally not having that much luck outside of that first round where he did lots of good work. Speakeasy with such a late castle barricade on the main door. Gets away with it. No one could come in out of the door in 1 second.
Hysterics. He'll be playing here inside the theater. He's got his Goyo shield set up to really try and hamper the push here coming from the side of RTS. Renatus, okay, Twitch drone, destroyed immediately, has to know someone's in Aqua. Trying to challenge this Lunar. He's taking more damage than he can dish out as of the meantime. Gonna fall back through, luckily, as a Rooney. No problem with that. Roni in hand, I like it. Old Testament An old classic.
Enemy tag Gemini.
You mean she has Aroni? The Aroni has Aroni?
Yes,
Is that how it works?
she does. I like that. I support that. Plus one.
Wow, I didn't. He's got his shock drone. Lonely. He's very interested in dropping down. Is he actually going to go for it? The yellow pings are coming out. Is he going to drop and go for a pre-fire? There's no one there from the defense. I think he's asking for someone to drone it out for him and confirm that information. Toji is trying to make his way into VIP and gain control of that. They know that there is no defender there, but a Gonzix is going to get prepped out for the shield. That's so important. Fragon is going to go in, try to get a kill as well off of it. Joe takes some damage, but he doesn't die. And he's going to be able to hold on to 90, whatever the case. Drone spotted out amidst the bushes as Lonely gets the first kill onto Hysterics.
2-on-2. It's now looking like a 4v5. Lonely, nade out to be eaten by the ADS there in the center of the site. Tolji trying to aggress here from the VIP on the 90 corner. Jordan, great nitro cell rather from him to connect it with a C4 and equalize the man disadvantage now. Hoven and Rix though, they completely shred apart the defense here of IG. Invictus looking very lost as of the moment. Do not have a space to deny this plan, and they're completely just capitalizing and shredding down Speakeasy, who was there at the end of the theater hall towards luggage. Jordan, they now know where he is. He's down below. It's going to be a very hard task for him to try and get back up. This should be a done round. Great shot from him, but a quick trade-off here from Adinpa on his rear, shooting him in the back, and that's it. Renatus go up 3-2.
Well, that is very impressive indeed, and a good response from Renatus. Now, I know it was on Penthouse Theater, and I know that is the worst site over here on, at least in my opinion. I know Cthulhu disagrees, but in my opinion, it's the worst site still here on Coastline. I would rather you go to Kitchen Service, Hookah Billiards, or Double Bar. And I'm surprised that we actually haven't seen IG try Double Bar, and they're still not going to try it in this final round here on their defense. They're going to go back to Hookah and Billiards, where they were really pretty handily taken down by Renatus. So we could see a 4-2 attacking half for RTS, but I just want to point out once again that this is as expected. Renatus want 4, IG want 3 or more to feel like they each gained the upper hand.
I'm interested to see and curious as well, knowing that this is the 6th round, that the Blue and Sunrise Bar sites have not been picked by IG.
Yeah.
It is, honestly, in my opinion, one of, if not arguably the best site on this map, at least for me. But there is a lot of, I guess, kind of intricacies that go into defending that site. And if you don't have a specific setup, if you're not super comfortable with it, it can be very difficult to pull off. Lots of teamwork and coordination does need it. But if you do have what it takes to make it happen, which I would have assumed IG do, then I would argue it's one of, if not the best site once again on this map. But they're not going to be playing. We're not going to see it this time around, at least not from IG. Maybe Renatus will bring that into it later. But Speakeasy with Aroni once again. This time, roaming towards the kitchen on the Mozzie.
That's the thing. IG are the ones who kind of pioneered this defense with a mirror, which is available and being picked. But Speakeasy is the one being found and taken down. A Boombot, is it? No, it's going to be Rix who's going to take him out. Unfortunate that Speakeasy couldn't have the impact. Kills are flowing back and forth. Jordan gets 1 and Toji refrags onto Joe. 3 versus 4 attackers in the driving seat with 45 seconds elapsed.
Using Gemini. Gemini's done.
Okay, well, there's so much time here for them to work with. 2 minutes on the clock, and they do have a bit of a breather here that they can take. Can't get too comfortable just yet with this lead. Not that big of a cushion they got to work with. It's only 1-man advantage, and Hogan's already low. Fortunately, they got a Finka to try and get him back up to speed, but it would actually work out in the end for them. Jordan gets a great kill here. It's a double for him in the round already. The only player from IG to have found a kill in this round specifically. Final one of the opening half. And Jordan trying to aggress still further here in the cool vibe stairs. Nade out to try and flush him away. He has to be very careful. Told you he might roll back down on you. It's certainly not going to be a nice aspect, but this kind of forced Jordan to reset and not get too over-aggressive here in the cool vibes. He still has pretty good control of it, though. I told you he was not able to really convert that into a kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate from the end for Tolji, but he does get Luna as the kill feed fades away. IG still under pressure, under the pump. Jordan has a shotgun, they still have the Hysterics up, who's making so much happen!
Oh.
And there we go, he predicts it just right. Information, I think, from the side of his teammates, and takes down Lonely, repelling over here. C4 gets prepped, that one's not gonna hit. It's actually taken out by Hovenhurst. Nice little back and forth as we tick down to the final 30 seconds. Told you, what can he do? He's going to see at the top of Cool Vibes is Jordan. Jordan rotating down to mid. Told you might be able to walk in because Jordan has no smoke base to deny. Oh, Hovenhurst gets deleted. There's a mirror window they still have to play with, and Hysterics has taken position behind it. Tolji does trade on to Jordan, who peeks a little bit unnecessarily. And you can see that he's trying so hard to bait with the replicator, but Hysterics is going to go in, and no choice. He needs to get pushed, and unfortunately, Tolji came very, very close to making that happen.
He was dodging and weaving, going in and out of that, barely going through those shots like, I guess, Neo from the Matrix, but, well, it works out in the end anyways for IG. Just, honestly, no cap. It was pretty hysterical and funny to see just Hovenhurst get deleted by Herix on the mirror.
Yeah, he walks in and Tolji is watching his teammate, and whoop, teammate's there, teammate's not.
Just completely deleted. Taking a fistful of bullets to his face. Not a good thing to have happen, but 3-3. We've reset basically here, and this time it's going to be IG on the attack. We saw a while ago that when IG brought it to a 3-3 at the end of the half, they were able to win it 7-5. So could be another one of those, especially on the attacking side here in Coastline. Honestly, I'd prefer the attacking side for a team over the defense. It can be very difficult sometimes, especially in Hookah, to defend this site. So, a lot of teams in Fian, they like picking Hookah as their opening site, but I have to believe it's more comfortability over any sort of other tactical reason, because I honestly think this is one of the worst sites on the map.
I think I have to agree with you, mate. But it is one of the worst. It's not the worst. It's better than picking Penthouse Theater and avoiding double bar. So I am hoping that Renatus, whatever the case, at some point they go to double bar and we see how IG approaches that. Hovenhurst is on the Rook. That's a very interesting choice. He's gotten 7 kills and only died thrice, so he's the one alongside Adinapa who has been keeping Renatus in this fight. Lunamiddle's gone quite a bit quieter than he was earlier on, and he might be able to receive. Oh, there's one here, and he falls off at the right moment. Surely he would have lost his life to Adinapa.
Would have been very dangerous, and still is, but he gets out of it in a relatively happy position for the meantime. Hysterics here on the drone towards kitchen. Lots of roams downstairs here in Fian coming from the side of Renatus. I like the fact that they're extending so much to really hamper things on multiple fronts. Fight those multiple fights. Punch him in the face, why don't you? Never mind. Confirms him with a kill.
Yeah, we saw Tolji get a kill using that mana earlier on Bank. He just walked up behind, I think it was Hysterics, and just punched him in the back. Broke his spine, broke the man in half. But this time he has taken out Speakeasy. That's a big kill. A very creative outlet for Invictus Gaming. And oh, nice little prediction from Lunamiddle, but he doesn't predict it just quite right, and he gets flanked from behind. Joe is going to help out, though Adinapa is able to be dispatched. Lunamiddle goes down very, very low, though. 20 HP and can't be revived again.
4 versus 3 right now. IG, good spot for them, but this could certainly be thrown away if Renatus are able to equalize the man disadvantage right now, get a pick off, especially in one of the high HP players to leave Lunar left with the rest of them. So, Invictus right now, a minute and 10 left on the clock. Still some time to work with. Don't have to get too hasty with this. They realize that time is of the essence. Lonely Let's get that brunt of the damage as they're trying to push towards Yakwa's side. A double stack here coming from the side of Invictus, and great shot from him to get both of them. Triple kill for Joe in the round. And they need one more to fully confirm it. Rick's, all eyes are on him. He's been spied out here at the base. He swings, and Hysterics will get the kill as IG find their opening round on the attacking half, bring it 4-3.
Wow, really impressive round from Invictus Gaming. Maybe it is a sign of things to come. They have looked pretty good in their second halves. On all the maps that have been played so far, they looked good. They looked better on the second half on Bang. They looked better in the second half on Clubhouse. And now, once again, the second half is the preferred side of the map. And they are on the attack, and they might just be able to stretch this advantage. It's right now only one round. But Renatus, they need to start answering back immediately, and they cannot let off the brakes because they concede 3 more rounds of 5 if we get to overtime. And that's it. Their dream of winning Season 4, it is over. Their title defense from Season 3 at an end.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Repeat performance of that would certainly be a great way for them to keep themselves up there, but Renatus, it's been a big struggle for them here in this series, 2-0 versus Invictus, who they come into, you know, operationally just here, Season 4, and they're already slapping. Not that we didn't expect that because of, you know, them being arguably the best team
Invictus,
in C. So that's not to be expected, but Invictus, I mean rather Renatus, new name on their side. You guys might be wondering, some of you, like, they weren't here in Season 3. No, they were in Team Instant at the time, and now Renatus, new paint of coat on them, but will it be enough to breathe some new wings and new legs under him? Because right now, they're going to need every single bit of opportunity and energy that they can. Invictus, they are at 2 rounds away from match point, trying to push from the VIP side to start things off.
You see early pushes in. The new jammer is going to die. A little bit of information. Luna gets into an early gunfight again here on Theater. The frag grenade is going to sail in. It's going to chase that defender away just for a little bit. The second one's going to go in. Now he knows that there isn't any more. Toji is going to peek on wide, stand tall, and take down a drone after taking down Luna middle. Lots of damage he is doing to IG. And he's not being pressured from the other side just yet. Nice little sightlines that Renatus have set up so far, but Hysteric gets one Speakeasy traded out.
Look at this.
2 members over here on this angle. 1 prone, 1 standing.
So deadly. If somebody peeks at the scope, then you might go for 2 for 1, but that doesn't seem to be the case as of the moment. They brought it to a 4 versus 3 in the favor of Renatus. Joe trying to play the window here atop the main stairs. And spot out the bullet cap. Nobody inside Theater for him to find. Most of the defenders on the side of Renatus are far removed from the situation. In Hysterics, he gets a kill from down under. It's very nicely done from him, and does equalize things up. A minute left on the clock. Cool vibes to be held. You're playing this top floor right now very patiently here from the side of Renatus, realizing that they don't have to peek. Let IG make a play, and then punish after.
Yeah, I mean, Hysterics has been doing really good work. He's on 12 kills right now. Got him his early kill in this round as well from below. And he is really proving himself the biggest thorn in the side of Renatus so far here on Coastline. He was really good on the first map of Bank 2. Started off with a couple of exit kills, but now it's 3 versus 2 in favor of the attack. Jordan peeking in. Oh, what a shot! On to Hovenhurst. He goes down. It's all up to Tolji once more. Again, all eyes on him. He gets a triple for himself. He needs to get 2 more for the ace and the 1v3 clutch. Oh, he's got the quad.
Tolji.
Can he get the pistol kill? He doesn't have the information really with the... Unfortunate. Jordan is the one who comes out on top. The mirror window as words fail me in that clutch. Toji very nearly making it happen. He has been such an important player, and he's been there from the pro league from for more than a few years, and he's been playing against IG and the like. He knows exactly what it is like to play at the top flight.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he was very low already in health for Tolji, so
Yeah.
it can be very difficult to win that fight, especially with a pistol. And when you have, like, on Jordan here, on the Hibana, with a bearing 9 that completely just spits out bullets, like, a million per second, it's a lot.
Hard to control the
a lot
recoil,
more
though.
difficult. Yeah, but, like, a single bullet lands and you're pretty much done for at that moment, since it was, like, super low. So, the bearing 9, you hit fire that thing and you'll probably get a kill anyways. So, well, IG, 5-3, single one away from match point, Infian. I thought for sure we'd be getting a 4th map, at least, to go 4 maps in the series. I did expect Invictus to win this, at least 3-1, but Renatus have yet to give us a convincing comeback win here, at least for one of these maps. We've been very close twice around on the opening 2 maps, a while ago, Bank and Clubhouse. The kill sign looking a bit more one-sided towards the Invictus' favor.
7-5 and 7-5 have been the result. We might be on for a 7-5 here as well. I wonder if we will see that, assuming we have a 4-round comeback, perhaps, from Renatus. That will be something fun to see. Just 4 in a row, reel them off. We have a 7-5 at this time for Renatus' perspective. No, I think it's not over yet. Renatus is definitely a very, very strong team. Question is, what can they do? They haven't been able to show it so far on the defense, though the rounds have been close. Mainly been Toji as a big fragging outlet alongside Renatus.
You've certainly been putting that this responsibility on their shoulders and carrying it, no problem, but we're going to need to see a bit more from the rest here of the RTS side. Hoven, that's a great kill for him. Exactly what they needed to get back into the game. 4v4. The Lion Call will be coming out here to try and keep him at bay. And check and speak easy. Great kill from him. Oh my goodness, a double now. Cleaning up house on the blue bar. Invictus, they want this match point, and they're going to take it by force. 4 versus 2 already, and potentially the final round here before match point. Lunar, 4v1. It's all on the Ricks. This might be done. Goodbye.
Just gives a little victory shake for his operator. Left and right, Q and E. Rick's now the only member left. Fragran's gonna sail in, do some damage to Rick's. Luna pushes up very aggressively. Sifa's gonna go in and gonna collect it. The diffuser is cold on the ground, but Speakeasy peeks around the corner. Almost comically. Couldn't quite help his Hibana survive, but he gets the kill, and it is match point. Invictus Gaming are running away with this on the attack as we expected. They got 3 on the defense. That was huge. Let's see whether Renatus can even hang on. No room for error whatsoever. They need to get 3 rounds in a row to make it to OT, and then 2 out of 3 there to get the first map, after which they need to play 1 more, win it out, and then play 1 more to get the series win.
It's definitely an uphill battle
Long road.
at this moment. Even more than a hill, an Everest-esque climb they're going to have to be able to do, especially against a team like Invictus, the best team in Southeast Asia. Not impossible, but highly improbable as of the moment, but we don't want to call the action before it happens. We want to see it for ourselves. Can Renatus bring this one back? It's never done. When the lady sings, it's done. And right now, no songs have been tuned as of the moment. Renatus looking to maybe bring that their way. They're going back down to the kitchen and dining site once more to try their luck. The rush from Invictus was completely deadly a while ago, but they pull out the Warden here. Very situational. I'm looking to see what they have planned exactly for this.
I am curious to see as well, what can Renatus do? It's do or die for them. They need to come out with some crazy bonkers aggression perhaps, like they were showing us earlier on the first 2 maps. Going for some spawn peaks maybe, but no, this might be a rush instead from IG. Instantly detonating an E1D. You can see someone's trying to go for a spawn peak. we are going to see Speakeasy going to try to fight it off. This is a good attempt from Renatus. Unfortunately for them, Speakeasy and the rest of IG just a little bit too wily for them, and they get away. No damage done to either team except for a little bit onto Joe. But Renatus' aggression shot is stopped.
Tolji here on the roaming rook. You'd love to see it. Trying to maybe take some long-range gunfights with MP5 and the 2.0. Speak easy. Pressure here from the office side. And there is a player there towards security, but Tolji gets a great kill on that roaming rook of his. For him to get Joe, I don't think they've dispensed all the air jabs, and that's one burned, so it should give them a lot of space to roam around the map. This actually could be a round that can be won by Renatus.
Come out wherever you are. I found a rabbit.
E1D goes out again. Joe, it's okay that he's not there because Lunar Metal has this information on this player. The frag grenade is going to go in and force that player out. Unfortunately, he was reloading, but he still gets the kill. It's a big one onto Tolji. Jordan Powell's on to Hovenhurst. Two of the big attacking outlets, the fragging outlets for the defenders of Renatus, off the board. Now Adinepa, he's the only one who is even close to going positive left up in this round. Man count advantage for the attackers. These defenders are running out of time, running out of room, and running out of chances to impress themselves upon this round.
Slowly ticking away. The pressure is rising. The temperatures ever more so as well. Lunar trying to go up here because this game is heating up. 6-3. This could be the final round that we see here in the Season 4 of the Operation League for this entire year. And here comes the flashes. Great pick-off by Adimpa to capitalize on that mistake here on Speakeasy. Going for the swing inside the base. There's one more. You could potentially find a second here on the sledge, but no, he does get taken down, and he will be killed here by Hysterics. Great pincer coming from the side of Invictus Gaming on their attacking side. Smoke Cancer will go out there, equalize things up. 2v2 right now. Lonely, great frag by him to get Lunar Metal. Now Jordan and Hysterics, it's all up to them. 30 seconds left on the clock. Lonely here on the peak, but he almost gets the kill. He does secure it, and they stay alive for the meantime. Renata 6-4, barely scraping by. We're going for another round.
Oh, that was so close, and when it went 3 versus 2, I was thinking in my head, well, this is it. Renatus, they gave it the best shot here on Coastline, but they just were not good enough. That was a good enough round from RTS. Very good response over there, and really choked out the options for IG despite being in the man count deficit. You could see that IG didn't really have much other choice because the angles were being held from inside of sight, so they had to push the hallway, and they didn't quite have the information on where Lonely is. Even though he got that kill onto Lunar Metal, that must have been on the vertical angle. Unfortunate for IG, but a very vital lifeline for RTS.
That's the round they need. At the very least, it's a start. The exact type that they're required to make this comeback feasible in the first place. So, Renatus, I don't know if necessarily the Warden pick was what won them the round, but they won with it, and so you have to think that
maybe
some
not
good luck
quite
points
Warden,
help.
but like just lonely, being lonely
in general.
10 seconds
Yeah,
I guess some good luck points comes his way. They bring the shield with that, which is always helpful, of course. And they have another on Tolji. They do have the dock this time on the Hoven, where we did see Tolji on the Rook a while ago. This time is a fellow chunky boy on the dock. Will be on Hoven. Alibi will be on the Tolji as well. So a bunch of nitro cells you can use here for plant denial. 2, you would have expected 3 on Lonely, but oh my goodness, Hoven taking early damage. Luckily he is a dock and that's what he's made to do, but Joe gets a kill on the Adimpa, and this is not a good start to find your Thunderbird taken off.
Yeah, they have Thunderbird and the Dock stacking up together. I was gonna ask, why are they doing this? I don't quite understand. It's not like IG is doing hit and run tactics on them, and it's not like RTS loses some HP and then goes back to site and is lower after that. No, IG, when they take the gunfight, someone comes up on top. It's either IG, mostly IG now on the attack as Speakeasy gets lonely, or Renatus win the gunfight as well. So there's no like 50-50 thing that's happening. So I don't quite understand stacking up both the Dock and the Thunderbird. Ovenhurst does have 2 stims left. There are Kona stations littered across the side as well. 5 versus 3. We think we can pull it back in Hovenhurst. That's a good response. Speakeasy taken off. And look at that. 2 of those Kona stations helping the Dock, who doesn't really need those. He has his own stims.
He does, but hey, you'll take him where you can. Oh, great frag here by Toji to equalize things up. A minute 20, a minute and a half really, left on the clock here. Remaining for IG to work with. Oh my goodness, he's getting so pressured, but lucky for him, Hoven is here on top of luggage to try and support him. He's been double concussed, but will it ultimately matter? Lunar trying to help out the pusher in the stairs, but a great frag from Toji on the swing, and Hoven's there to get that trade. 1v2 right now, all in the hands of Jordan. And that was a great help defense here coming from the side of Hoven. For him to recognize that and go towards the luggage to try and help his teammate out was huge. Flash out into that great shot by Jordan. Oh my goodness. 1v1 Ricks right now. He has information on where he is. Jordan right now still has time to draw him. Really look for that information. He spots him out. Goes for the pre-fire. And Jordan wins it. They bring up the series 3-0. Congratulations to your champions, Invictus Gaming. Get the series. They are your champions of Season 4.
Absolutely incredible stuff from Jordan right at the end. In my head again, I was thinking, well, we gotta stop talking about the comeback train being on for Renatus, and somehow for Hovenhurst for making this Dock work. But Jordan, he is so experienced. He is far cry from that player who went fresh-faced to SI 2020 filling in big shoes of Mentalist. And then now he comes in. I know this is the Southeast Asian Championship. This is not SI. But you can see the experience he gained at SI 21 as well as the Mexico Major and all the APAC South seasons and APAC North seasons in between. Oh, they have helped so quick on the trigger. He drones him. He sees a player, immediately knows what the player is going to be doing. As you said, he pre-fires and sweeps across, tracks that player, and gets him with that 1v2 clutch. Supremely played. A little bit of a misplay from the side of Renatus to allow that to happen. But, well, there you have it. Invictus Gaming, APAC South champions in Stage 3, and Operation League Southeast Asia champions in Season 4.
Hey, Jordan, he might not be no mental space, certainly crazy in the brain just as much and definitely just as insane for them to get that one. Season 4 champions, as we said already, Invictus Gaming, congratulations to them. Their first debut outing here in the Operation League is Season 4, and they win it as expected. They are the favorites of this. They're the best team in Southeast Asia, confirmed twice now here, and they're going to be going over to even bigger heights further on this week. But guys, thank you so much, as Invictus take the lion's share of that prize pool, and we have 3 teams now finally confirmed from this MYS, GPH, and ID Operation League. We now know who will be going on over into that C Championships. It will be Renatus, it will be Invictus, and it will be No Use Talking to represent the Malaysia, Singapore, Philippine, and Indonesia region. Congratulations to all of them, as now we're going to be closing off the year here for Operation League as we move into champions. I am Black and Blue. With me is Infin Ewok. On behalf of the production, everybody here at Operation League, the other casters, Cthulhu and Lan, thank you guys so much. We're going to see you guys next time here back in the Operation League. Thank you guys once again. Good night, good evening, peace out.
My work keeps us one step ahead. The best that money can buy. Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field. So that we can hit hard and come back safe. Not a scratch.
Tracking target at full velocity. Predicting trajectory. Wunderbar!
Did I mention it comes wrist-mounted?
No, no. I don't like to use the word hero. But I did save the boss's life, you know. Hey, Osa! Wait up!
I already said I won't take any selfies with you.
I know! But I was thinking, high-tech is seriously trending right now. So I was kinda hoping I could borrow one of your toys for a little photo shoot.
Some of these toys come with a $50 million price tag.
Well, then why do these tourists get to play?
Because if they break it, Rainbow buys it. Besides, Kali wants them to feel at home.
Right, Callie, the big plan. What's the big plan again?
Lips are sealed, hero.
Come on. I helped to build this place. Don't you think I should be in the know?
I think you should be focused on winning the invitational, not showing off to our senior physicist.
Thought she was a biologist. You all look the same to me.
What? Women?
Nerds.
You know what, Ace? I think I will help you with that photo shoot.
Ah, really? Awesome.
Of course. Could you just stand a little to the left?
Like this?
Perfect. Say nerd. Keep bugging my staff and this goes viral.
Oh, no, come on. Please don't tell Callie.
Showtime.